me being lazy. I just can't be bothered. And you guys are doing it, and it fits with my MO.
Fair.
Oh, hang on, I've got my thingy's muddled up.
Ready? Hunt.
Penis! Oh, Jesus, what? Great.
Dick, badge bollocks. Oh, hey, a pirate walks into a pub, and he's got the ship's wheel attached to the front of his belt. And he walks up to the bar, and the barman goes, "Did you know that you've got a ship's wheel down there?" He goes, "Arr, yeah, it's driving me nuts."
Oh my God.
Desperation? You have disadvantage?
Point of exhaustion for everybody else.
Oh!
I'm a dad. Dad's jokes.
For sake of recording, session 8 on the 6th of December.
What's the in-game date, though, Ethan?
The in-game date is the 6th of UEC.
Yuck.
That's it. I did the math, which I can actually show you all real quick before we start on here. This is just one of these sketches I've put on because I'm still detailing trees and it's missing a lot of stuff. But this is the one where you can drag around stuff on the... You can actually take the little snappy thingy and just figure out the mileage.
Ooh.
So there's a map much further along than this. This is just the one I grabbed to test because it had the more of the canvas shrunk where I needed to. But yeah, that's how we figure out that.
How do we choose the spot we want to?
No snapping on the ruler, and then you just go around. Yep.
Also hold Alt.
Oh, that's a good one too. And there we go. That's the thingy. I'll plop you guys back up on the main page.
Ah!
Oop. Is everybody good? Good to go, everybody?
Yeah.
Check.
Have we long rested?
Yeah, we're skipping over travel.
Yeah.
So we've been going for like 7 days of travel, so for sure. It's a few days after that. So, previously on our adventures of the Wayfarers, you all have left Dylan's hometown of Arakad, where you had dealt with a wyvern and a dungeon, and the Harvest Knock feast. You all hit the road, heading northwest towards the city of Brexen, one of the 5, if my count's right, major cities of the Republic, here to possibly visit Wimp's family, because they were already on their way to take Dylan as well. And now you all have a cause. After experiencing the awful dreams, you've learned more about your connection and found out that you all are having impending doom. If one of you leaves, the other will die, essentially. And a DM's note as well that I want to say, this is one of those times where a little out of character mention from me is that I will say, I don't know how to explain it in real world terms into the game basically, but you don't need to like rush, you know what I mean? I just don't want everyone to be in a panic of we can't do literally anything else. We can't even stop to look at that. You all can still do side things and whatnot. You all get the feeling that it's urgent in the long run, but you can still do side things and whatnot. It's not that urgent, if that makes sense. That from an out of character.
You have 13 years, so you know.
Right. Yeah. So it's like a thing you all should do within the weeks or whatever, and probably look into. I just don't want you all to be like, we literally can't even go to that place that looks interesting. You know, you still can. It's that frame of mind. You all feel like you can do things. It's just we need to be looking on it in the interim, basically. If that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Because story wouldn't be fun if you all were just dashing everywhere and feel like you didn't get to do what you wanted to. On the way, you all were ambushed by bandits. Mercenaries, more like. Hired by Carlisle Larnasi to get the Coin of Blossoms. Doing so, you have stopped them, kept the coin, send 2 of them on their way, but not without some consequences and some possible guilt on some consciousness. With that, a couple days later, we arrive on the morning of the 6th of UEC. You travel for a couple of hours out from the forest into a new clearing. It is wet. The fields here are a dark green. Gray clouds linger overhead, and a gentle sprinkle of rain. No storm at the moment. As you come out of the forest, you see in the vast distance, in this giant clearing essentially, next to the coast is Brexon. And I'll send you all a little mood board, basically a little to give a vibe, because that can say it better than words essentially. And then I'll tell you some specific things you all see. This is just as you're riding into the distance. You just round the corner and see the city. You will see. Let me send some of these. These are just some vibes of the city from my Pinterest board, essentially.
Vibes.
There we go. What you see is a tall city. None of you all have been here except Whimper. You all have known of Aerith, the city of basically light on the beach. The city of Bowcaster, the hustling, bustling, built up in wooden and metal beams and archways and bridges. In this, you see more of a classic sense, something that has survived through the ages. Tall buildings, shingled roofs, built upwards, towers in the distance, a gloomy city. Cobblestone streets. Even before you could get there, you can already get a feeling of what this town is, or the city is like. Cramped, crowded. It is gloomy, but beautiful in a sense. Right now it's morning, and a beautiful gray and gloom overcomes Brexon. You ride out closer to the city, where you enter the outskirts, because the city is walled, essentially. It is actually walled, and actually is quite taller than it should be. Seemingly they have built up just a little bit from sea level, probably getting rid of old abandoned streets. Out here, you find farmsteads that support the city. You find many houses and farmsteads as you pass. Wimp can tell you that the outskirts is actually a district on its own. The unwalled outskirts of farmland and buildings here is called the Mire. Coming through, you will see, besides the stables, you will see 2 points of interest. You will see a large cemetery on the outskirts of the Mire. Hundreds and hundreds of graves fill this. This is one of the first things you see in Brexon. Wimp, you will know, some people tell you that might be an omen on its own. The first thing that greets you is a cemetery. You see a single black church, small, but standoutish, in the cemetery, with symbols of the sleeping judge, balances and hands outstretched. Make a perception check. All of you but Wimp, because Wimp you'll know.
Perception.
What's up, I got?
25.
3?
15.
15, Tara?
25.
25. At the moment, Oscar and Dylan, as you're looking around, because the way to describe it essentially is the city sprawls out. You know, it's hard to see because you're on the opposite side of the wall. But on the west side of the city, it actually is all kind of flat on the coast. But then there's almost a hill that kind of raises up, and some of the city's up on this hill. And you see walled and more beautiful buildings up there. However, just behind the hill, still in the mire, you see one Gothic-looking building sticking out. Tall, with fences on top of it. You see just a glimpse of it, but Wimp, you will see it and know that that is, in the very distance, hiding behind that building is the Atwood Sanatorium. Out of the way, but out on the mire. You approach the gates, where guards will let you in. There's stables out here. You will see Stockman, who's leading the caravan, will go up and talk to them. You see he changes some words, showing paperwork, given that they can be allowed to drive the wagons in, essentially, to head to the Fair Commissary outpost inside. Afterwards, Fusted and Cavorn and Kelsey's wagon will go ahead and stay at the stables, while your wagon, Stockman's, Gragham's, and Cascades will all go in. The gate, large, using many pulley systems, opens up. Cobblestone streets, many wrought iron lampposts not lit yet currently. Cramped streets, quiet. You head through. And interrupt me if you say anything on the way. Right now, you all are heading to the Ferric Emissary outpost inside.
What kind of state were the farmlands in?
A decent. They have learned basically to maintain it in all the extreme rain. With that perception check, you probably saw a little bit of, crops that have gone to a downfall, but nothing out of the ordinary. The crops seem fine. For the most part.
The whole ride there, after the battle and everything and the talk with Stockman, I would have kept the wagon at the very back.
Okay, you guys are at the very, very back. Understood. All right. If you all continue, you continue through the streets, following Stockman's lead. You watch as people pass. For Dylan and for those of you who have been to Bowcaster, essentially, or even Aerith, people dress in color, especially in Bowcaster where dyes are plentiful. Here you see many grays and dark coats, mostly because they're raincoats or something to keep the rain off, and it's hard to get a lot of color on those. People pass. Sprinkle of rain comes. It's not loud, but it's cold. It's becoming fall, so the rain is quite cold. You are a little bit out of your elements in your current clothing. You head up to a familiar building for the two Ferric Emissary workers. They usually have these outposts. It's a warehouse, essentially. Two of them. One of them, you can go up and speak to someone in the window. That's where they keep a lot of the packages and people working. And the one next to it is always the one to stay in. It's where the Ferric Emissary workers can rest their heads for free, essentially. You get up here. Stockman has a few words, does some paperwork. And over the next half hour or so, you all can unload your wagons. Anything you'd like to do in the meantime? All right. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Dylan just kicks rocks while walking in Stockman's direction. Not forcefully, just kicking him in his direction.
It rocks.
If he notices, he doesn't seem to do anything about it. He doesn't seem to say or acknowledge. But and now when you get to the city, there's a lot of, on these cobblestone streets, there's a lot of mud that has gathered up, essentially, through the grates that are here, covers the streets in places. But
So,
after
Wimp, you live here? Or at least one of your places that you visit frequently?
Why?
You know a few places?
He would look at fucking Dylan and look very much like, I agree. I agree. Yeah. Are we in Pallet Ward?
Yes, you are. The Ferric Emissary is not too far from the city gates, and you are in the heart of the Pallet Ward, which, looking around here, seems to be the taller buildings. Nothing is compared to Bowcaster with the tall, scaling buildings of wood. These are the more kind of Victorian England style, basically, here. They're kind of taller, kind of come to points. You see a few towers about. This place seems to be already walking through the streets filled with shop names. The Pallet Ward seems to be the heart of the actual shops.
Yeah.
You know where we could get possibly like jackets, kind of like
Yeah, I'd
Going
really
towards
like
the
a
sky.
poncho.
there was no pre-warning about this or anything.
You do see that all the Ferric Emissary people are wearing raincoats and hats.
I mean, I knew it was rainy, but I didn't think it'd be like this bad.
It's cold.
Crackle of thunder in the distance when you say that. If you all would like, roll a history check, except Wimp, because you will already know this story. Sorry for excluding you, but you already know this stuff.
Nah, no worries.
9.
20.
Religion check would also work, but mostly history. Natural 20. And
Natural
Oscar,
20.
both of you
Fuck.
Religion would be an
about the
11.
rain. Right. Either way at the moment. Doesn't
Yeah.
recall at the moment, at least. You're not well versed in a lot of the gods except your own.
Mhm.
Actually, thinking about the rain and talking about it, you all do recall a story. Maybe you've read up on it before coming to Brexon or something. There is folk tales about why the top of the Sleepkin here and why the Brexon is always in almost constant rain. There's a lot of variations, but one of the more popular children's stories is that when the gods walked Dolaress, the Fireheart, the Sune, the goddess of love, she fell in love with a mortal for the first time. And they broke her heart. And ever since, she's cast the place in eternal gloom, essentially. One of the more popular children's tales.
You also wouldn't happen to know where a possible forge I can go to? I need some work on... And then she's gonna tap the rapier on her side.
You wouldn't know of anything special, but you would know the general location of a few blacksmiths and that sort of thing. You wouldn't know of anything that sticks out to you, but you know where to find them. Easy enough.
Yeah, I have some of the gems I want to look over real quick and then probably sell most of them.
We have so many. So many.
Well,
Dylan
quiet.
visibly rolls her eyes and starts heading that way.
Trey, you're a little quiet to me. I can't turn you up anymore. I don't know.
I've
if I'm
turned you
being
up to
really quiet.
200 and you're
Yeah,
quiet.
you're really quiet. Sort it out, bro.
hey.
Yeah, you're pretty quiet.
Yeah.
As they
Is this
leave,
Yeah.
Better.
Oh, I know what I fucked with. Never mind. Go on.
as they leave, Oscar's sort of been quiet. He hasn't spoken to anyone for the last day and a half. And he's standing there with his hood up on his big coat because he was prepared, Silny. And he'll just lean against a wall close to Silny and say, "This place makes me very uncomfortable, Miss Silny."
It's extremely drab, to say the least. And wet. Everything is wet. There's so much mud. It's a dirty place.
Not so much that. I just feel less in touch.
It's not a joyous place, I suppose.
And he won't say anything else.
Yeah. All right. You both head over to talk to Stockman. You see that he is engaging with a human fellow at the moment, signing off some rest of the paperwork. Gives you kind of just a motion of 1 second while he finishes up. And the worker kind of walks off. He looks over to you all. Probably one of the first words he's exchanged with you all, and probably with anybody in the last couple days.
Yeah, I'm guessing that we were kind of not only like brooding, but also he was recovering.
Yeah. He says, "That'd be all. Your payment, if you go to the window, they should give you about 20 gold, 25. Short trip.
Understandable.
Probably be around 18, actually, if I remember correctly doing my math. He says that. He says, we're going to be gathering up, not going door to door, but when we leave here, we'll be taking off a lot. I don't know where... He kind of doesn't quite look, but he kind of holds his arm. I don't know where we all stand on the jobs after this, but we can figure that out. Either way, we'll be here for at least a week. If you need anything, we'll be here. Some of us might be out, the rest of us should be staying here in the resting quarters. If you need anything, just let someone know."
Yeah, likewise. You know how to get in contact with us.
Also, Mr. Bucera has a letter for him.
Thank you. Did he give it to him, or just let us know?
He just lets you know out the
Okay,
window, basically, to go to it.
So fucking Stockman.
He stops for a minute and just clears his throat and walks off.
I'm gonna, when he walks away, I'm gonna look at Wim, but I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna send all my bad luck to him.
He would
I'm gonna
pat.
pray for it.
He would pat Dylan's head. He's like, "That was much better than I thought it would go." You keep.
It was. Yeah. For now.
For now.
For now. I'll keep it in mind though. And I'm gonna start walking.
All right. During this time, Kavorin and Kelson are currently getting fitted at the stables, basically checking up everything. Fused's not here. You saw Cascade and Obbs. As they had left, they're bye, we're heading, and they just leave and further into the. They've been kind of quiet as well, but they head into probably to find somewhere to set up in the market district, like somewhere further to set up their tea. Gragum is currently busying himself with letters at the moment, organizing them. He hates it. It's usually a pain, and that's about it. Do you all get your letter? Yep, go ahead.
As I see Cascade leaving, I'm just gonna call out and I'm gonna be like, "Goodbye, best wagon wrangler. You go. Tell everybody how great you are."
I will. As he leaves, he sticks his arm out a little too much out the curtain, and he's like, and he gets some too much water on him, and you see it actually stop for a minute, almost as if it clings to him, the rain, and he quickly pulls his hand back in and closes the curtain as the wagon's leaving. You all would have known staying with him. He usually has water droplets in his beard, even on the driest days.
Yeah, he's sweaty.
He's sweaty. Worked in a side boying well for the rain.
I don't even know what I was gonna say, but I did have something to say. Continue.
I imagine you tell Oscar about the letter.
Yes, that's exactly what I was gonna do. Yes, he does.
All right.
He'll just walk in and get it.
All right. Where are you all heading next? And I will send that to you.
Before, like, when Oscar walks in, he would look at Silny and he's like, "Is there anything?" It's like, not that any of our moods are going to be great in this city, but is there anything we can do to help them?
Perhaps the letter will help him a little bit. I'm assuming it's from Henrietta.
Let's hope.
But
because
anything here? I don't know. A garden, perhaps?
He would look excited, and he goes, "I don't know about a garden, but I have a place like it."
Okay.
Maybe I'll
And
send
for
him
those-
the good luck.
For those of you expecting letters, you can assume the reason you all haven't gotten yours yet is because they were farther away.
Yeah.
Oscars had been sent before you all. It was a while. Well, if it's seemingly from Henrietta, you've all had weeks. All right.
Yeah.
Where you
So
headed?
once
You all are free in the city.
what is closer, a clothing store or Blossoms?
Probably easy enough to find a clothing store. Probably someone has set up near the gates, probably to trap customers just like you who have come unprepared. And
That's gonna be ass expensive.
I was just about to say, does Wimp know a place that is less expensive? That is
Probably.
not as
Something basic.
Probably that. He
Yeah.
probably goes like, I know this fucking place. I know them. Let's go somewhere deeper in the city.
All right. For the sake of brevity, just to get clothing, we'll skip over that part since there's not a lot of narrative to come from there. What do you all get? What's your new outfits?
I get a, if they have it, a brown kind of like poncho, like that goes all the way around with the hood. And then probably some thicker pants and some taller boots.
Easy enough. It'll probably come to around 8 silver in total. For some good kind of almost rain repellent as much as possible.
What is the conversion of gold to silver?
10
10
silver
per.
to gold.
And so much for gold.
What about the rest of you?
I'm gonna try and find like the lightest thing I can, or the whitest. So probably like a light gray if they have that. It's gonna be a hooded, a hooded jacket, long sleeves and everything. And then it has just one button in the front and kind of like opens up for the rest of the way.
Nice. Easy enough. Probably be around 4 silver for that.
Probably actually a pair of pants.
Have you not been wearing pants for the whole of the campaign? So
You've been Donald
Nope.
ducking it?
been fighting
Donald Duck.
around these.
Yeah, he just wears a tunic. It's hard to find pants with his weird ass legs.
You've got
Oh.
some weird legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, finally a pair of like half cut off pants and just like a clasp cloak, something simple.
The old man says,
Purple
"Here's
and
your
black.
capris, sir."
Hell yeah!
Probably be around 6 silver. Yeah, probably with that 6 silver. Especially since yours probably might need to be adjusted with your legs.
Finley's in the
Well-
same fucking boat. That's why Finley didn't get new pants.
Yeah.
Could
And
sneeze.
Oscar's over his. Unless you get anything else, Oscar.
No, Oscar's like a Boy Scout who's prepared for any weather.
I like it. You get your
Nerd.
clothing. Where you heading
Nature.
Do
next?
the clothes come in my size or are they baggy?
They can come. Yeah. They
Okay.
have a matter of sizes and for different people here. Where do you head next?
Let's start with going to the blacksmith.
Okay. Eventually, you'll head to a very general blacksmith. You'll currently find a dwarven gentleman here, gray hair, with little remnants of streak of black that was remaining under it. This man is very much like entranced by his work. There's an array of different tools and weaponry, and no armor here, but on the walls you can get basic stuff here. For this, I'll also, for sake of brevity, skip over it. Hone and basically use our time on them bigger scenes, unless you say something to him.
Whenever they go into a shop, Wimp is gonna stick towards the back, if not just not go in, and be keeping his cloak relatively over his face.
And Oscar will probably do the same. He'll stay with Wimp and just look reluctant to engage. He's very
Right.
uncomfortable.
And to quickly describe how the people look compared to Bowcaster from an out of character point of view of how there are people everywhere. There's still quite a bit of people, but they're keeping quiet. They're doing their daily tasks and going along the way. They go around you, but even then, it's a little too many people and a little claustrophobic for you. But the blacksmith is here organizing some things. Help yourself.
I'm actually gonna go up to him.
Mhm.
Good morning, evening?
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm not sure if this may be the place. I'm looking for somewhere in particular. My friend brought me to a blacksmith. I'm looking for the Black Knuckle Forge. I have previous work that has been completed there, but I contracted it out from another city.
He looks to the left and kind of opens his mouth in a thinking position, scratching his chin and beard. You see rotten, like, tobacco teeth here. And I don't think it rings a bell for me, I'm afraid. There's a few other blacksmiths I know about, but nothing of blood-knuckled.
Nothing like that? Okay.
What are you seeking in particular? Maybe I can do it right here for you.
I have something special for my rapier here, specifically the guard on it. More contraption and alchemical sort of a situation.
Scratches some sweat off its brow. I don't know if I can do any of that. I do your basic handiwork on some weaponry. That's a little beyond my means.
No, that's understandable. That's why I was trying to find this one place in particular. Thank you for your help, though.
No problem. Sorry I couldn't help any further.
That's it. You have a good day now.
Me too.
I'll go ahead and exit.
Mm-hmm.
Gwimp would look and be like, that was the fastest blacksmithing trip I've ever been in.
Wrong place. I didn't have what I needed.
He would look puzzled, but not ask because, it's Silny.
Yeah.
He would actually reach out and like pat Oscar's shoulder. And he would say, let's take you somewhere a little bit brighter, yeah?
I very much appreciate that, Mr. Whimper.
We would go towards Blossoms.
He won't move until Silney's next to him, though. He's sort of glued to, like, he's staying near Wim, but he's very sort of feels almost dependent on Silney. He's not really been beyond 5 feet of her.
Yeah, that's probably something
Tables
she's
from last
noticed. So
campaign.
Oh, yes.
yeah.
Some roll swaps.
She'll go ahead and link their arms together and everything, and like bump his leg every so often.
And he'll just lift her over the really wide puddles. And just like scruff her the neck and then put her down again.
So they still have their wagon?
You all don't have your wagon at the moment.
Okay, good.
We left it at the.
Oh, no, I was
that would have been
making
at the fair
sure.
commissary.
Okay, good.
What you had learned is it was all going to be left at the fair commissary, and when they were, until they needed it, probably some stable hands or themselves will take it out to the mire and put it in some stables. And when you all leave, it'll be brought back in if needed.
Perfect.
Yeah, not a lot of wagons around the city.
As they're headed towards the Blossoms, Wimp like keeps like looking down at Dylan, all excited, like trying to be sly about it, but clearly like a little giddy.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan looks very deep in thought. Because I have a question for the DM.
Mm-hmm.
Are mirrors used in spyglasses? Like light refraction? Okay. Now I'm walking along, just thinking about the mirror in my pocket, like, should I sell that? No, I could use that. I'm just like...
I just thought as well, because you're Dylan, are you going to make like a periscope spyglass? So we're all like this and you're like...
Yeah, I see it. It's just colors. You could make a kaleidoscope out of it as well. That's imagine it would be. You see what you see, but then there's just kaleidoscope shit all over it. That would be
the trippy scope.
Yeah, you make one wrong check. Heading to Blossoms. On your way there, because it's a little bit of a trip in from the city gates, further and further into the Pallid Ward. Some things you see people going along their journey. A lack of what you all see for those of you who've been to other cities, especially Aerith, Tavlos, and Bowcaster, especially Tavlos and Bowcaster, is a lack of harbingers. You see city guard dressed in kind of gray and black armor, but there is a lack of harbingers around here. You know that usually in big cities you'll at least see a couple by now, and there's not many.
Yeah.
It's mostly just the dedicated city guard here. Another point, you will see a lot of flyers all over, like on sides of buildings or on lampposts, but a lot of them waterlogged. As a matter of fact, you currently see an old man, human man, no hair, large gray mustache, currently sweeping, pretty much mopping by this point, a bunch of flyers. Flyers that stick out in color of red and blues currently. And you actually will take a glimpse of one, and you will see loosely different posters of this depicting the Somme Mariner Circus marvelous traveling show. It has pictures of ships and circus tents, essentially. You see that some of these, there's a huge pile that he's sweeping up, sorry, as he's scooping it out of your way so you can keep walking down the road. You see some of these flyers for this circus has sketches of performers. You see one that is of a tabaxi in like a vibrant purple coat. You see one that is of a kinku with colorful feathers. It crosses your mind that maybe it's painted? Who knows? And you see one that is of a kobold standing on a balanced sword in this kind of position up on top, on like a long sword. Many, many flyers that are just scooping and probably going to the garbage now, waterlogged and being pushed away.
Are there any dry ones?
There's a few somewhat dry ones. Like,
Can I
ones
grab
aren't
two?
Blurry and messed
Yeah.
up. You can. You grab two of those. Of the regular ones that I sent you.
Wimp would lean forward and see if there's a date on it.
There isn't a date on it. Yeah, you flip it over and it will say, basically dates vary is what it says. And it says, find us at the docks in the evenings. It'll say, actually not at the docks, it'll say on the docks.
While we're going around, I'm going to be keeping eyes on like dark alleyways and looking for shady figures and everything. Seeing if anybody is just like watching us go about our time.
Yeah, make a perception check, and this will go for a little length of time.
And Wimp continues to look up. Just
Are you looking for anything in
17.
particular, or are you just observing? Basically, do you want to make a perception check, or just...
I guess I'll make a perception check.
Okay, because I know what you're looking for.
Mhm.
Keeping an eye out. What'd you get,
12.
Sony?
Oh,
12.
17.
12 and
Do you
17.
have a sore neck, Mr. Whimper?
yes. I tend to after Brexon. And he would look uncomfortable.
Are you alright?
What's up there? Why do you?
He just look at he's like, Brexon's just known for things coming out of the sky.
Hey man, an eagle could pick me up. I don't wanna chance it.
These types of things could pick us up. So,
Oh god.
As a common occurrence?
not common. But not common.
Why?
I'm gonna hold my shield over my head.
The pitter patter of the rain. Just the umbrella of rain draining off of it now.
He would reach to try to move the shield. It's like, it's not, you're fine. Just
Oh, you just said something's gonna come from the sky and grab me. I don't.
said uncommonly.
Oscar will.
Well, wyverns are uncommon too.
Oscar will reach down and grab Silney's hand and Dylan's hand. So, like, he's massive and he looks like he's walking his kids along, but he'll instinctively grasp both their hands and just keep walking.
We look
I'm gonna like hold one
two
hand
gay
and then
dads.
And you're both like this.
I'm gonna mutter to myself and just be like, maybe they'll grab him first.
He's taller.
What an odd family.
It's okay, Miss Dylan, I'm thinking heavy thoughts.
Adorable.
All right. After a bit of walking through the streets, you will come to you find this smaller building shoved in between a couple. It's smaller. It doesn't have many stories to it. Is there any description you have for this Wimp, or is this like, do you want to add to it? Okay, couldn't remember for sure. For this, you find small kind of triangle almost building that kind of pokes outwards, and then the edge is just shaved off to have the door in. You see Brexon's Blossoms is written above it, and it kind of in a metal framing sign above it. You see the windows are actually currently they're open, but they're tinted strangely, so you can't quite see through. The door is just barely cracked with a little piece of wood to keep a little bit of air flowing through, but to keep the rain out. Very small building compared to the ones around it. Probably sitting on the windowsills outside are some kind of bluish green flowers that seem to be thriving. They're waterlogged. The plant pots are completely filled with water and mud, but they are thriving.
Well,
Get it?
Flower shop.
Giddy. And he'd say, yes. Like, I thought something bright and while he is still like vibrating with excitement rushing to the door. It's like, something bright and pretty and
Thank you, Mr. Whimper.
I don't have good luck with flower shop owners. As I walk in.
so you'll have good luck with this one. And then he'll open the door and
Let's
hold it
hope.
open.
Does Oscar look like he cheered up a little bit here?
He walks in and seeing the flowers on the windowsill and stuff, it gets some tears in his eyes. Happy, sad tears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It makes him quite solemn.
Nice. There's the little ding of a bell as you enter. There's immediately, you take a couple steps forward, and then you remember something from familiar to the mat. You take one step back, and wipe your feet on the welcome mat, to keep the mud out that usually tracks through. You all enter this kind of smaller little building. You actually see a lot of the roof here. While it is the regular roof, there are slates of rectangles of glass to let a little bit of light in of what you can here. And around that as well, the first thing that catches your eye is there is decent light here. Not blinding light, but golden and beautiful light. You see situated on wall sconces where torches usually would be, you see small kind of yellowish green gems inside of them. A basic light cantrip is permanently onto these wall sconces. That seems to have been put here by someone who works with those to help the plants thrive, essentially. You'll see many rows on the left and right side filled with different plants. Many of the greenery here is less vibrant green and more of a dark, dull kind of gray green, but that seems to be how they are. You will know, Oscar, that these are essentially plants that have evolved or have been kind of bred to thrive in the rain, in the very drenched area of the Sleepkin Wood up here. You see, surprisingly, there are some colors around. You see they're neatly organized, however, almost purposefully let free to mingle and match as it becomes organized, and then the flowers just bloom in an arrangement of difference as they spread. You see there are some hanging pots with different flowers here right under the glass, the golden light of the gems situated on it. You see there is a counter. There are tools back here. There is a big basin of dirt back here with many tools and little shovels and gloves situated all inside. And sitting here currently, clipping one of the plants, you will see, if you'd like to send a picture, Wimp, if you have it, or I can send it.
I have it. Which one?
This will be Norelli.
This is another of your children.
Maybe. Who knows, right?
You want to send that in handout?
It's all of the people here, Wim's children.
Find out in
Oh,
character.
The whole
man!
city. The entire city is populated. Essentially,
You could
will
make a
see-
city with your children, with your progeny.
Yeah. To describe her further, as she's here clipping, you immediately see a kind of a younger drow, looks around 15, most likely, but there are some stronger orcish features throughout that you can tell already. You see the two kind of smaller tusks, and you see almost a darker purple skin tone that kind of waves through the almost blue. There's definitely some half-orcish blood somewhere in here. You see kind of the shoulder-length hair with pointed ears poking up and out, and you see currently she's clipping. She's wearing kind of a blue kind of vest with a hood. That hood can be pulled up, but a white blouse underneath that. Dirty hands at the moment, no gloves on, but has definitely been dealing with the flowers probably like all the time. As she's here, she stops for a minute. She doesn't. Her eyes don't dart to you or anything. She just keeps clipping as if almost focusing on. Hold on, like they can look around for a minute. It's probably what she's thinking as she's clipping. As she'll say, "Hi, welcome. Is there anything I can help you with?" As she's clipping, kind of almost faced away from you all.
Wimp would come up and like bend down to like see the flower that she's toying with, and she's like, if you can spare a moment to for a hug, that would be preferable.
Her eyes flicker. She hears your voice essentially, and immediately a small little, not a drastic, but a small little curl up of a smile. She sets her tools down, and will embrace for a hug.
Yeah.
And she gives a smile. She says, I didn't expect you to come. Grandmother has said that you were coming. Have you? Yeah, and she'll basically will give you a hug, and she'll say, "Hope it's not too wet out there." She kind of just gives a glance and a small smile to all of you. She seems her demeanor is happy to see you, but reserved, and just not outwardly ecstatic, but you know how she is.
He would hug her. He would hug her. Obviously, not as embracing as Marigold. Just like loving, just like also like respecting the fact that like she is definitely much more reserved than his granddaughter. And he would say, "Yeah, he's like it's quite wet, but not like the heavy storms." And he would turn his body, and he would go, "Norelli, this is Dylan. Most of these, Mr. Bucera, and Silney. Like, this is friends of mine that I've come. Everyone, this is my great-granddaughter, Norelli.
She's kind of holding her hands and just, when you finish introducing your friend, she kind of gives a little wave and a small smile and of greeting, essentially. It's good to meet you all. Welcome.
Very nice to meet you.
Welcome to the shop. It's not too much, but we've been taking care of it. Would she call you granddad or just grandfather or great grandfather?
Probably grandfather. Funny enough, like they probably would ixnay the grand.
Yeah, she says, grandfather, you'll see that there's a few new things that we've been working on and been bringing to the shop. We almost had some of it go out. It's hard to get the new breeds to sustain in the weather, but it's going well.
Go on.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
He would say, Miss Dubucera actually met your mother not too long ago. He has some talents that she may be bringing home with her, so that will hopefully help.
Grandmother said that mother had encountered you all at the wedding. How did that was what you all went to?
Yeah, it was an eventful wedding, but it all worked out in the end. That's all that matters.
That's good. Silny's over here figuring out the family tree.
Marigold as a child?
Mm-hmm.
Marigold as a child?
From this conversation, it seems that this is Marigold's child.
Yeah, no, Sylvie's just like moved away, like not facing them, but is just like obviously stewing, staring at one spot, just like.
Dylan's like standing by the counter with her hands up, like looking over it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the counter is just the wooden, the metal basin filled with dirt. There's no actual counter here.
Oh, okay.
But as she talks, because she is more reserved, but she seems happy. She is, to fill with her hands, basically, she starts picking those tools back up the clips and starts the clip as she speaks with you all. And she kind of looks to Oscar, because you had mentioned Oscar. She says, how are they doing? I'm not the best. I'm not as good as my mother, but I'm trying. I'm not nearly there.
You a wonderful job. It's a beautiful shop. You should be very proud. And it's very nice indeed to meet you. I'm terribly fond of your mother. And had a lovely time meeting her. And he'll walk forward. And he'll... How tall is she? Is she like Silny height? Or is she sort of a bit shorter than Wimp? Or...
She's typical
She's 15,
drow.
but she's elven.
Yeah. So
she's got some height on her, I feel like. Not quite as high as an adult elf, but already getting some height, I feel like.
I mean, Oscar's still way taller than her, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he'll rummage in a pocket, and he'll actually dip his hand into the pot of earth that she's working with, and scoop some out and hold it. And he'll put some seeds in. And he'll say, "This is a crocus plant from Barady, which is very fond of moisture." And then
he'll starts coming over to look at it.
And then he'll look quizzically at it, and glance at Silny, sort of worriedly, and then close his eyes and put his other hand over it. And then when he removes his hand, there's a single shoot with a round, sort of almost feathered red flower on it. Mm-hmm. And he'll be looking at it like he was going to go on and say something, but almost like he's waiting for something.
Right. After a second, she'll say, "What did you say the name of it was again?" There's a small smile curl up.
It's a Barady crocus. Here.
I really have to get better at memorizing the names.
And he'll kind of want to get rid of it almost. He'll hand it to her and say, "It will be very happy here." And he'll sort of wipe his hands and then move to the back and sort of give
It
her a
will.
little
I'm just
bow.
kidding. It will to me. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
You take your hand back in the all the plan. The building collapses. Just kidding.
You're just gonna slowly break down his psyche, one thing by a time.
Yep.
Yeah, and he'll hand it off to her and sort of give a little bow, and then sort of feel a bit embarrassed and walk back and sort of stand behind Silny.
Thank you for this. I will do my best to find a place for it, and I will see if I can duplicate them and have more. I'll try. As it seems that she has inklings for it, but she isn't as studious on the names and all that, it seems. Were you gonna say something? What?
Yeah, Wimp would be looking around for any purple and black flowers.
Yep, easy enough to find here.
He would grab some.
Especially with the colorations.
And as he went to ring up, because he requires to pay, how dare.
Right. Just probably been through this before.
Oh yes. He would go. Where is your granddad out and about?
He actually just left just a bit ago. He was here, and he helped me fix one of the light fixtures that are here. I was actually going to say, she looks around the shop. Is it satisfactory? He says that it had been a little messy in the last little bit, so it's more presentable, organized this way.
Wimp would totally try to hide that disdain of how dare you talk to my grandkid that way. But he'd be like, he's like, it looks fantastic. I'm sure it did then. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Thank you. She's grandfather went out. He's currently, I think, making some meetings or something about gathering more parchment. Always on about the parchment every day. He's gathering more.
Great. That's it's continue. Great. That's yeah. Obviously, fuck. That's your granddad. I'll just be nicer.
Yep.
He would go poppies, and he would look at Silny.
Oui?
She's gonna perk up because she's been browsing and stuff throughout this whole time.
They're over there.
Yeah, she'll come around and guide you over there as well. We have a few, not too many here. They're a little bit of the color isn't turning out right. They shouldn't be here. And they're turning. Some of them are turning kind of dark burgundy to almost black sometimes. I hope that's fine.
Would you mind if I took a look?
She kind of steps back.
Is this your whole
You do
stock
see
here?
Yeah, you only see currently 3 little flowers. She says,
out in the.
Oh, she says,
a general speaking.
She says, yes, we don't have much room. There's no back room or anything here. What you see is what we have. I do a little bit at home and maybe bring them out, but we have a small garden back at our house. Yeah.
He gets up really, really close to the poppy.
They are very kind of burgundy to almost black. Beautiful though, but just duller. Can
he determine, firstly, is it okay that they're that colour? And if not, can he determine why they might be that colour? What they're...
Make a nature check.
I hate that he sucks at nature. 22.
22. Yeah, you immediately see that it is... It seems to be fine. It seems to... It's getting there. It's more of just the hybrid breeding of the flowers. It's getting there, and it seems to be the rain has affected it, essentially, in the gloominess. It's less of the light and the rain, but more about whatever mysticalness is about the actual rain.
He'll say, he'll give a look to her. He'll give a look to her and say, they're confused. The poppies grow at higher altitudes, and so they've long roots that penetrate down to search out moisture that's generally a lot further under the soil. Here they've got all the moisture they need, and they're fine, and they're happy, but they're confused. I think putting them in a much deeper pot with good soil further down would make them more comfortable.
Okay, we could definitely try. All we do is really experiment here. I'll try that next.
Excellent.
But Sonny, you were looking for flowers. Do you want to take some of them and the other ones you were looking for?
No, I'm just gonna pick up these ones because the ones that I had specifically was searching for is that group that you said no.
Gotcha. Yeah, for those,
Yeah.
not this one here, but you'll be
Yeah.
able to find like the poppies.
Are these not suitable for your needs, Miss Silny?
I mean, they're just poppies. I love the bright, vibrant red and everything, but these should do.
For those, if you buy them, they'll be. I'll probably say because there's a limited stock, it'd probably be about a silver for them.
Silver.
Yeah. While she's like helping you gather them, she'll look over to you, Wimp, and say, "Are you stopping by to grandmother's house today, or have you already?"
Soon too. I just why? And he would look at her.
Nothing too bad. She could just use a bit of a distraction, I can tell. She's dealing with matters. Siri has her. She's volunteered, but she's organizing something for some banquet they're having, and she's worrying about it a bit too much. I listened to some of it, but I wasn't really listening too much.
He would, his face would try to fall, but he would do it, but he couldn't control the rest of his body sinking when hearing the name. And he just kind of nodded. He's like, yeah, well, I'll go over. I'll see her, see if I can alleviate.
She'll be happy to see you. She's expecting you because of your letter. Because out of character, you did send a letter
Yes.
in Arcat, correct? Yep. And she says she'll be expecting you. Hopefully, it'll brighten her day up a bit.
I hope so. He'd
Thank
pat her head. Just be good. We'll probably may come in again, but I'll let you know when we're headed out of Brexit.
Thank you for coming in, and thank you for looking at everything and getting some things. I hope it's all fine. You have to let me know. And I'm sure grandmother will want maybe a dinner at some point.
That sounds wonderful. Then I'll plan it.
She gives a smile.
It was a real pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, good to meet all of you. Thank you for the advice on the flowers. I'll try that next time.
Yeah.
I'll head out.
As we leave the shop, is there an alleyway?
Plenty. Not directly next to it, because these are situated between two buildings, but otherwise, yes.
Oscar will take Silny's hand and walk into the alleyway, but he'll eye Dylan and Whimper, and implying that he'd like them to follow him.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He'll stand in the alleyway and say, "I hate to ask too many favors of you both, but would the two of you mind standing at either end to ensure that my conversation with Miss Silny isn't observed? I'd very much appreciate it."
Yeah. Yeah. He would stand on whichever side that Daddy God knew was the more dangerous side, but not actually tell anyone that it's the more dangerous.
Probably not the one
side.
right here into the front street. Probably would have been the other one. Yeah.
He'd just be like,
Facing
I'll
more
go
into
over
the
here.
back.
You go over there.
Boy.
As soon as, because he'll be sort of agitated but trying to get quickly, so he'll crouch down in front of Silny and draw her in really close, and he's sort of within his deep jacket with his hood and stuff. Is anyone watching? Can any of us see anyone?
Make perception
Right.
checks. New perception checks.
Ooh, a 17?
17?
21.
21?
8.
8? And Sylvie? What you got?
17.
17? Everybody but Dylan, you all see clearly no one's looking. There's a couple people that have passed by and will look, but then they carry on about their day, going down the street. You all are a little peculiar, especially hiding in an alley, but they saw you go in, but it's just regular people going on. They pay you no mind afterwards.
Alright, he'll move really quickly, then he'll look at Silney and say, Miss Silney, I'm going to do this for 2 reasons. The first is that I believe I'll continue to be in danger while it's in my possession. And secondly, I worry that I'm whether I'm worthy of carrying it. But it must remain safe even if something happens to me. And so he'll very deftly pop the coin out of the wooden case. He'll clip it back together and tuck it in his shirt, and then he'll put it in her hand. But not at any point will the coin be visible. He'll palm it and take her hand, put it in between his, until such a time that I feel that I should continue to carry this. I'd really appreciate it if you were able to protect it. And he's like looking in her eyes. He's got tears in his eyes again.
Yeah, she's staring right back at him. And then whenever she securely has it, she's going to take off her bag, pull out a large folder pamphlet of papers, and is just going to slip it in through between one of those, and then pack it back up and keep it in there.
Understood.
I'm gonna take great care of it.
Thank you.
And I'll find a better and proper place for it as well.
It's not a burden I can hold at the moment. And then as soon as that's done, he'll stand up and move them out of the alleyway the other end than they went in.
Okay.
And
Wimp will turn around and head with them.
Are you all doing anything further, or are you all heading out of this and heading back to the streets?
Yeah, I'd say heading back to the streets.
Okay. Where do you head next?
He would look and he would say, do we need to buy anything else? I would love to go to the bank and exchange some gold.
please?
I need to sell stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we need to go to a jeweler if this place has something like that.
Daddy got?
Definitely. One of the biggest cities. It'll have most services here, for sure.
Fantastic. Yeah, then we'd head
And
to
after
the jeweler.
So for
Totally saying that as this is a fucking shitty place. Why would it have it here?
It's dirty, but also it has almost everything, and it is that gothic beauty to it at the moment, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's strange. But yeah, and unless you do some RP for the smaller shops, we will skip over for the sake of brevity. Unless you have specific RP there, what are you selling?
I have the dungeon statue gem and gems from the chest in the dungeon.
Right. The statue gem is the one inside, right? Yeah, that's
Yes.
okay. You're not selling the tripod ones. Correct.
I don't have those.
Okay.
I
so
think
you're
we put
selling
them
the
all
one.
in the helm, didn't we?
Yes, I don't know who
It's-
had those.
It's been in the general.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you selling them or not selling them?
I don't
We've done.
I
check
would only
magic,
keep
Nothing
diamonds.
is doing correct.
No, they are dyed out essentially.
Yeah, I
They're
would
Yeah.
only keep diamonds.
They're crystals now. Okay, so you're selling the ones in the chest, the one from the statue, and the tripods. You're keeping the diamond.
Yeah.
And I'll say at the jewelers, you learn that the
I would
diamond,
like to give the diamond appraised.
Yes. It'll take the diamond is 200 gold's worth, and the gems in total, if you were to sell all of them, will be 175. The gems in total. They're a little dyed out, but selling them to a general jewelers will be 175 gold that you all can distribute. As you all are walking, you all are heading then to the bank, correct? You want to go to the Obsidian Bank.
Yes.
As you all are walking, you're walking through pretty much an empty street. This is one of the back streets that is just quicker to get here. You see several unnamed shops that are here as you're heading towards the bank. The rain is lightening up just a little bit, but still present with an overgloom. No streaks of blue in the sky. You're walking along, and all of you are taken aback instantly. Hearts raise up as something jolts out from maybe the rooftops or the sky. Immediately, whoosh, you see landing on the streets with a sharp, almost like daggers touching the road ahead of you. Large, black feathered wings that come from the arms land. You see a woman, black hair, crouched over pale skin, feathers plucking from her arms. From her chest, you see a crooked nose, solid black eyes, her head like a bird's here. This is what you see. This is just as you had just left the jeweler's and you were walking along casually out of nowhere, right in the middle of broad daylight. This woman, feathers of black, but with tinges of purple and teals in there. Woof, swoop down. How do you reckon?
Instantly putting a Dylan behind it.
Okay.
Oscar will shake water and lift a screen of... he'll pull the puddles in the rain together and lift a screen of water between them.
The moment Oscar begins to do anything, he's like, stop! He's like, please, Oscar, don't.
Do you stop?
Yeah.
Okay. You immediately start filling the water, and the woman... You've been sending letters, Israel.
Oh my god! Stop! The moment oh my god, she says his name, he freezes. He would go...
There's a few people in the streets that were coming off, and they just start heading the other way.
He looks almost like he regrets telling Oscar to stop. Like, he's just like, oh, fuck.
Good.
And he's like, yes? Are you here for me, or are you here to send a message?
Steps forward a little bit, the talons on her feet. Welcome home. Woof, woof, woof. Heads off, hits onto a roof, and then lurches off and heads further.
What was that name we heard? Lee Ren?
Easer.
Yeah.
Easer?
You see that people that were coming out of shops immediately closed the doors. People that were coming here dipped into alleyways, and after a moment, almost like nothing happened, but still scared, people resumed their walking.
Wimp, what was that?
The reason why I don't like the skies. He would sink. I mean, just like any sort of joy is gone from him. He looks stressed. He looks like that. That's I guess the guard. What do they call them? Harpies.
Is that a Hag Raven?
They're
was-
harpies.
I'm asking, is it a Hag Raven?
A hag raven? I think it's.
I don't know. I don't know what
From
a harpy is.
Skyrim, you know, the bird.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
called
I think
harpies.
that is a variation of harpies. Yeah, in real life, like folklore, they're harpies. It's Skyrim's version, I would imagine, is what that is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Harpies,
Oh.
bird women.
Yeah, and
Oscar will put an arm around Wimp and say, Mr. Wimper, would you appreciate a roof over your head and maybe something to drink? You look a little shaken.
Not stirred.
yeah.
Is there a pub? Can we see like a pub or a...
Not
Cafe.
immediately, but Wimp would know of some nearby.
He'd nod, and he would look uncomfy. He's like, well, they already know that I'm here, so yeah, let's go to the tavern. And he would be so much more on guard, like jagged looking around. Even like normal people on the street, he would be looking at suspiciously. Fucking 0 out of 10. God damn it.
Didn't take long. You sent a
Before
letter,
like we
man.
move or anything, Sorry.
Repeat that.
Before we move or anything, like, Silny is gonna grab Wimp's arm and be like, who are they?
And he'd look uncomfortable and he'd be like, Norelli's great grandparent, Siri Farsaro. There's somebody significant here, and yeah.
The other great grandparents. Your in-laws, great grand in-law.
No.
Is it
No.
her
So
No.
That's
the partner that I had Colbreen with, and Colbreen had Marigold, and Marigold had Norelli.
Jesus fuck.
Welcome to
Only
the
does, like,
lineage.
the other little mental little
The gymnastics that it takes.
processes a little bit. You see the little loading signal.
I'm gonna like
Your
tug
hearts are just now
on
slowing to beat.
Wimp's tug on Wimp's cloak, and I'm gonna be like, "You want me to beat him up?
You would
I
look
can
at-
do it."
Look at Dylan. He's like, yeah, this is someone that I've been trying to best for. And he'd tilt his head up, and he'd get that same expression of confusion he gets when he tries to think of time,
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of fades off and just goes, "Let's go to an inn."
And Oscar will let him
I-
lead, but still with his arm over him and say, families can be complicated.
Yeah, can't they? What'd you say?
Had a child with that thing?
He would look horrified. He's like, serious, not a harp? Well, he would pause and he'd say, they're worse.
It's at this point ahead you see almost in like a triangle formation, a loose way in the skies, 4 more just flying over the city of these kind of raven women. Whew,
He goes,
just heading somewhere else.
let's He would move quickly to that fucking tower.
Are you heading to the Merry Tap?
Yeah.
All right. You move quickly through, trying to find the quickest way possible, and you find this very dull kind of trapezoid style a building here with black tiles, a little bit of an iron rock grate on the top of it, a gate on the top of it, giving it some decoration. The windows are barred from the outside, but you see a warm. The curtains are pulled as well, but you do see a warm light through the kind of gray curtains coming through. You see a wooden sign that is completely waterlogged here. You see it says the Merry Tap, and just very basic scrawling inside. The door is closed, but it's kind of out of the way too. This isn't a big prominent bar that you would see. As you just open up into immediately. The boards in front of the door for like 6 feet are waterlogged and stained from people coming in through the rain. You see immediately a very small kind of place. You see just a few tables and chairs here. You currently see a few people just having dinner. It seems to be families just coming in quietly. There's a few coat racks next to each table that you can hang up your things, which underneath is just stained boards. This seems to be a very quiet kind of restaurant style place. You see behind the very short bar is it's not too long. You see a few kegs with some taps there. You smell the aroma of grease, I guess, is the only thing you could say to describe it.
Ritz
But-
has aroma?
Is there a fire?
Oh, for sure. It's like burnt kind of grease. There is a small fire here. There's a small chimney that is with a pipe pouring out. There's a very small fire in the corner.
Oscar will uncharacteristically head over and take her seat near the fire.
Yeah, there's like a
Um,
little wooden bench here that's currently empty of anybody.
Yeah, he'll seem a bit more buoyant and unburdened than he has for the last few days.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, Mr. Wimper, I think it will be good to get some food and an ale into you. Sylvie, would you mind going to the bar? The ceilings in here are a trifle low.
Absolutely. I'm gonna go and do that. Gonna head over to the bar. in order to like round of drinks.
You currently see there's a gentleman kind of wearing glasses and has like a curly black mustache. He's no apron, but just seems to be wearing his like a striped gray and white kind of button-up shirt. He's here, says, "On that for you, all of you."
Yeah, for all of us. And if we could get possibly something to eat, if you serve that here.
Mm-hmm. It'll come down to about very cheap 6 copper for all of it. This place is not the best food, but it's enough to feed those who want to come in. Have
Just give a whole
nowhere else
silver.
to go. Yep. Thank you kindly for that.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me come over here. He comes over and puts another log into the small fire as it crackles up. Let me know if you need anything. And
Thank you.
he comes back over to the bar, quietly sits. There's a few people quietly eating.
Is there any
I'm
gambling?
here for their meal. Definitely not in this place. This place is like the quiet. This is like where the old people come. People are just eating, and we'll mosey on out.
Yeah, have you seen Wimp?
Imagine.
There's like 3 other people in here. You all have this little section of the building to yourselves near the fire.
Are we staying here?
Yeah. Unless you want to stay in the other section of the city, but that goes up in price exponentially.
Wherever you think's best.
Here isn't bad.
I think you only know of one other tavern, and you all know of one other tavern that's here. The Roebuck Pub, Miriam's place is somewhere in the Pallid Ward. I think it's all the taverns that you all know about.
He'd settle. He'd look at everyone and say, "So, it's morning still, right?"
Yeah, it's getting to noon at this point, but yeah.
He'd say, "I definitely need to see my kid, but we also need to visit the sanatorium. What else is on the menu?"
I still have to find this one place that I've heard of. The Blood Knuckle Forge. Is that familiar to you?
It's not.
He'd say, "I've never heard of anything like that." Nah.
Alright.
I need to talk to the fanatics.
Yeah. Plentiful here, so.
When we get a room, I gotta do some praying of my own, but...
Do we all, Miss Dillon? I'm happily entirely at your disposal, so wherever the 3 of you choose to go.
Potentially, I can do some snooping. Try and find some people that I may know here. I really need to head there. But other than that...
Is that a all of us thing, or...?
It doesn't need to be.
Well, I was just wondering if you wanted to take all of us to go do secret stuff, or if that was more of a... You felt you'd do better on your own.
What are you talking about with the sneakiest? He'd grin.
Absolutely.
Do I know if my people are okay with, like, outsiders?
Right. You would know that, yes, you can basically bring in people as long as if you were doing help with them, they also
I would
sign
assume,
on.
yeah, if, like, they have
You can
jobs that they
bring
need to do.
extras as well. They
Yeah.
may not be able to dive into everything that they have at disposal, but you definitely can bring your own little teams and help.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, go on.
it wouldn't bother me if you all want to tag along, but that's up to your prerogative if you'd like to.
It's entirely your call, Miss Sildy, but I'm not terribly fond of the thought of you being on your own.
Yeah, I'm kind of out of my water here. So
Go on.
Okay.
He'd
I
stretch a
shan't.
bit, and he'd look around and ensure that I guess looking out for anyone that's listening. And he would just
Definitely no one listening at the moment.
he'd say, "Is this like Spectre's Defiance type sneaky stuff, or does Silny look like that?"
I was going to look at Sony with these big eyes.
All of us.
Do you roll an insight check?
Oh, let's say, let me roll.
That'd be deception and persuasion for you, Sony, and then insight for you.
It's a 5, so
You never know. You can nat 1. Or nat
24.
20.
damn. Okay.
What does
Yeah,
one
what-
glean?
Yeah. What do I gain?
With a 5?
Essentially, tell me if it looks like she is or isn't.
There's a pause. There's definitely a pause. And then she'll reply, I have contacts. They can help.
Do I believe?
They have information.
Uh,
Did you get more than 24?
You need to say that at the time, because then it's if you fail, it's am I doing it just to do it this one time?
I don't think you
One
heard
time,
me,
dude.
but I said
No.
it after it went dead.
Oh, okay, then go ahead. If all of you.
But I also got a
Yeah.
5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
I was waiting for her to say something so that I could ask if I believe.
Gotcha.
I see. Yeah, no,
Gotcha.
he'd disagree. He'd be like, okay, will do. He goes, I know what parts of the city they're in, but you might as well.
I guess we'll take a look around.
So is that our first course of action?
You will have an abundance.
Anybody? The
I'd
bank?
like
The
to
bank.
pray first.
Go. He motions let's get a room then, so you can go pray.
I'm gonna awkwardly stand up and go ask for a room.
Do you want to split? Do you want to go to the bank while Dylan's praying? Do you want to split it?
I think we all gotta go to the bank, right? I know that Dylan needs to.
It's you.
Yeah.
Before we break up, and while they're eating and drinking, Oscar will sort of ask the three. Given the unpleasantness a few days ago, I've been wondering whether I should be a bit more careful about my presence and presentation. As you know, I can make myself look somewhat different. I'm not terribly familiar with being in this sort of situation. Do you have any advice? Do you feel like I should be putting more effort into?
If Carlisle had put a hit on us, it's gonna be the whole group.
Yeah,
and if
they
that's
already
something
know
we
us.
can't deal with. Yeah, they're gonna know us. If you need to specifically get out of a situation, that will be the time for you to do the things you need to do.
I'm just terribly aware that I'm not exactly inconspicuous.
I don't think any of us are. I'm gonna look at the
I was
group.
just about to say, yeah, no.
Dylan's probably the only one that
Chuckle.
is, just because gnomes are fairly common.
I look like a child.
Gnomes are fairly
I look like
common,
a
so you.
Well, if I
just
put
look
my
like a-
hood
like
up
a
and I
person.
hold someone's hand.
Yeah, then for sure.
Adorable.
I really do feel terrible that I've brought this down upon you, and similarly, struggling with some of the things that chap said, specifically that Mr. Lanassi's been having similar dreams to what I experienced. It's put me in some doubt of my worthiness of the jobs that I've been given to do. I find myself
That
quite
coin was
confused.
given to you, Mr. Becerra. Kindly. It was given to you. and it was taken from you by a thief, who then hawked it off to somebody who could have potentially given them, or given Carlisle, words to use in order to give him validity of having that coin.
Thank you for saying that, Silny, and I do find myself feeling somewhat better, but as you know, Daddy God is very sneaky, as we're concerned.
I'm not sure about this daddy god. Is that part of the Paramount?
It sounds like a dick to me.
That big egregious god.
Understand.
Hell yeah, the most egregious. But no, Whimper would say
Chaotic neutral.
he would say, as someone that, you know, RP just came from the fucking sky to visit us, I think the biggest thing is when you travel together and when you decide to stay together, we all kind of take on each other's baggage. So do not.
Well,
you're not putting us in danger. All of us make each other safe and in danger. It's what you put on your shoulders.
I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Whimper, specifically because there's a very great deal of your family members around here. Speaking of taking on each other's circumstances, I received a letter from Henrietta. Her and the children are well. They miss us. They mention you, Silny. They miss you as well. They seem to have settled in Erith. They're staying at the Summersall Monastery. And I suppose the only thing that really applies to us is that she's yet to uncover any details or learnings about the gifts that the family at the wedding have. It seems that she's found no answers yet, and she'll continue to ask. But the healers of the Sun Souls say that they suspect that they draw their power from techniques taught by the Dawnlight, which regrettably is somewhat beyond my realm of knowledge, but that's her news anyway.
To Erith rather than home?
Yes, she intended to go to Erith, which I have to say I'm probably happier and more comfortable with. At least it's a large place where she's got the support of people that she trusts, and she can focus on her healing. Does the dawn light mean anything?
You know that is. You all know that is the paramount god of Pelor, the god of the sun. The most famous god, probably, out of all of them. He's the god of the sun.
Well, hopefully
including you, Oscar.
The kids are taking to the city.
I'm sure young Pyrus is, and Ola is more than likely working her way through the monastery library.
That's good.
Glad to hear they're doing well. It would seem like more settled, like knowing that I guess like that, you know, Oscar's family is good. It's like, good news finally. Like,
yeah.
4 rooms here. How many would you like? They only have, I think, 4. They have 4 rooms. There's 7 copper a night per room.
How many beds are in each room?
Two kind of single beds.
Wimp would probably say 1 to 2 rooms. Like if they can all fit in
1.
one, he would. Yeah, he'd sleep on the ground.
You can fit in 1, but you have to sleep on the ground.
Hey, okay. He doesn't mind the ground.
I'm perfectly fine with that. Those beds look tiny.
I was just about to say, yeah, the 2 massive ones sleeping on the ground. That sounds about right.
There'll be 7 copper to stay here, but as you get the key, Dylan, you head up to go do your prayers. Anything you say in particular, or are you just doing that?
Well, when I get in there, I'm gonna like set up my candles and check out my censer, light some incense. I just do the normal like swinging back and forth. And I'm just kind of gonna be like muttering while doing it, and I'm just gonna be like, "Hello, another beautiful day. I cannot use my Healy boots here. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Anyways, please take all of my good luck and split it between Wimp and Oscar, and all of the bad luck. This Siri person, send it to them. Make something fall on them, maybe, if you can. That would be nice. All right. Well, thank you. I hope you have a good day.
No flickering of the candles or anything this time, as that doesn't always happen. But you feel as though your prayers are hopefully heard.
Hopefully heard. And then I'll just back it all up.
Okay.
Wimp would give 10 gold for 2 weeks. He doesn't know how long we're gonna fucking stay here.
Does that add up to 2? That feels like a lot. Does that
No.
even add up to
Hold
2
on,
weeks? That's
7 times
Hey.
7. Wait, hold
7
on.
copper.
Oh,
100
God.
copper to a gold.
Yeah.
I was
it.
going in.
Slaps the gold out of his hand.
Don't.
Oscar puts his hand on my shoulder and says, I cast the gift of mathematics.
100 copper to a gold.
I got you. Yeah, everything makes sense now. I'm gonna give a gold.
Everybody
To
gets
realize-
43 gold for the gems, by the way.
Nice.
Everyone gets what? Sorry.
43.
43.
How many days are you paying for?
I was gonna do
For-
2 weeks, just because I don't know how.
14 days.
2 hour weeks or 2 Dolaress weeks? Because 10
Dolaress
days
weeks.
is a week. So 20 days.
days.
Fuck.
20
I forgot
days,
about
that's
that.
right.
Well,
Yeah, that's why I
let's
was
just
just
do 1
keeping it
week.
So that's
10 days.
104. It has 70. So that's 7 silver.
Okay, then he'll do 1 gold.
No, it's 100 because they're
Okay.
10-day weeks.
If you give a gold, you'll be fine. We'll do that for now.
Thank you, please God.
Screw math. We'll do it a gold. That's more than enough at the
It
moment.
is a gold, yeah, it's 10
Yeah.
silver.
Perfect.
You hand him a gold, and you'll have it. This one room booked. You have the key. He'll give you 2 keys so that 2 of you can get in. Who's taking the keys?
He would point one to Silny and point one to Dylan. Like, we all know who's following who.
Okay. You guys doing?
Yeah, and then
Where were we going first? Bank?
Think.
let's go to the bank.
Okay. For the bank, that is, if I remember, that is all the way over in Signet Hill, correct? Or is that in the? Yes, that is in Signet Hill. You will have to travel
this
the district over.
going to be within the area we're going?
What do you mean?
Is it
I was
like
about to say-
condensed in like the
To
area
talk to
the
not the Spectre's Defiance.
not the
Right.
Spectre's divine?
Yeah, the Obsidian Bank is a district over. You actually will learn from Wimp that the Obsidian Bank is actually that the place towards the west, the rest of the city that is walled and up on the hill, which seems to be the wealthier district. The Obsidian Bank seems to be up there.
That's where Colbrane will be. So do we want to talk to your people first, which I'm guessing would be in the turrets?
I can wait. Let's go to
Oh.
the place we're going to hit the most.
Roll a history check, Wimp, real quick.
Holy shit.
I'm listening, I'll be right back. Thanks, Jessica. Back
Okay.
to doctors.
Let me see my plus for history. Have any plus for history? I do. A dirty 20.
Woo!
All right. Dirty 20. You would know that for the Defiance, because they have made kind of a name for themselves here. You know that down in the Torrents are a lot of lower level, basic gangs and minor thieves guild. Nothing that really spouts out too much renown. Spectre's Defiance, though, however, you don't know too much about them from just being in the city for a few years and having known about, because they usually flaunt their achievements on the streets. They wouldn't be in the Torrents. It's too. That's where the
Dredgy.
most stereotypical. Yes, they would want to be somewhere else. They would probably be somewhere up above. Actually,
Would they? I guess I wouldn't know. But if they were stupid enough to be within the skew. Oh, fuck. Okay, cool.
you wouldn't know. elsewhere. You wouldn't know an exact ward. You probably know not the Signet ward because that would be a little too risky with all the nobles and government there. But the Pallid ward or the Skew. You know the Torrents? Probably not their style.
Okay, good to know.
That's where the low-level criminal gangs are, and this is like established because you would know the Defiance is like all over the Republic, all over Shaw, and they flaunt themselves.
Yeah, he'd say he's like, we can go to Signet or we can start with your things. I have no preference.
Signet.
To the Obsidian Bank.
As you all are gathering your stuff and as Dylan's coming down the stairs, you all hear raining out. Do you have something?
No.
Oh. As Dylan's coming down and you all are gathering up to leave the merry tap, you all hear distant ding, 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 dings of bell towers signaling to each other around the city at the moment. There's the bartender will immediately be like, hope you all aren't on the run or anything. Carrion snatchers are out. Just be careful out there. They scare me.
Yeah, no doubt. Mm-hmm.
And you all exit.
The what?
Syrian snatchers.
Yeah, he'd pat Dylan's back to like what we just saw.
Oh.
Why?
But what if I am on the run? I'm just kidding. I'm not on the run.
He would stare at Dylan.
Alright.
When they get out, he is hood down, like lowered, fucking. Not that it helps considering his fucking legs, but he is trying to be inconspicuous.
For sure. You all will take a little bit of a journey, heading across all the way to the west of the city, and you'll begin through the many winding kind of switchback stairs. There's many paths. There's kind of just the dirt hills that lead up, or there's like switchback stairs leading up onto the hill that overlooks the rest of the city. This is where Signet Hill is, the separate walled-in district of Brexon. You see immediately, even just walking up the stairs here, things get a little nicer. The stairs are cleaned. The mud is kept off the streets. There's a lot more sewer grates to keep the water off. The lampposts are more in shape, and all the buildings here are a little bit more well kept and presentable, seeming to be the wealthier part of the city, even though it's a bit smaller.
Sorry, what's it called?
Signet Hill.
Signet Hill. And it's the Obsidian Bank.
Yeah, that's where you're all headed. You head through the gates towards Signet Hill. The streets here are less of black and more of a gray and white speckled cobblestone streets. Eventually, you come around to this large, beautiful but dark building of colors of black and gray. Mm-hmm.
Just really quick, as they're walking, fucking Whimper would try to like be giddy, would like try to like change his attitude because he understood that he is stressed, and he would like as they are walking towards it, he would look at Ellery and he's like, have any of you, hold on, let me make sure that this is not, have any of you ever seen an Imperium core?
No. What?
Would I have?
It's like, but
I think you all would know about them, know of their existence, but I don't think any of you have seen them personally. I don't think there's... Which one are you thinking? Are you thinking of anything, Tara?
I don't think so.
There's not a bowcaster that you know of.
The one in Tabalus?
I believe there's one in Tavalis, but it's not to the public or anything.
Yeah.
So you would know of one being there. You also would know there's one down in the Dominion of the Slayer Academy. Those are a couple known ones. You know how rare they are and their importance to Dolaress' history and well-being, anchoring the gods away from the material plane.
Why?
he'd say, oh, me neither. He would motion. I don't know if they can see the cathedral from here.
Probably as you're coming up the steps, probably almost towering over. When you all get up here, to the left you see to give this the description of the three iconic locations you'll see up here. The Obsidian Bank on the left is a large square structure with domes of colors of purple and blacks and these towers on each corner. People are going up there. That seems to be the bank. The other eye-catching thing, in the distance, on the highest part of the hill, castle stands up tall, overlooking the entire city, getting a perfect glimpse of it from here. It is a dark, gray and black castle. And the other thing you see, on the other little crest facing kind of near the coast side, you do see a pointed cathedral with beautiful purple and blues and pink stained glass. You see the 3 iconic locations here.
He would motion towards the cathedral. He would just be like, there's said to be one in there. But I've never been, but I always heard about it, so curious to be so close to something so powerful. It would just be a random fucking fact. He'd just be trying to talk to y'all. Yeah, to the bank.
All right. You get up to the bank. You find people in well-dressed suits with coattails, and people here are well-groomed and presentable, talking. You can tell that they are more suitable to talking to the other kind of nobles of the area. And when people of a lesser class, is noticeable, the employees here get the conversation over with quickly. You walk into this brilliant lobby. There's archway doors that can close, but are usually kept open until nighttime. You actually see what defenses of metal bars that can slide over to defend this place if need be. You walk into this beautiful Gothic, purple and black interior of marble floors and pillars. The ceilings go up. Every footstep, even with dozens of people in here, echo throughout the corridor. And you see separate windows with different bank tellers here where you can exchange your money or open accounts. But this place
Money.
is fancy. Probably one of the fanciest places, like some of you have been in, is this bank, the Obsidian Bank.
Oh yeah, he'd go and exchange, but that's all he'd be interested in.
Something you all will notice here is a few people come out from the back doors leading into the rest of the bank wearing these suits and nice, but they're not bank tellers. They have a pendant on their left collar all the time of the symbol of the Obsidian Bank. Many of these people walk in and out. The bank tellers do not have them, but these people who walk in and out do. It's just interesting of note. That's all here. You leave the Obsidian Bank of the crowded and echoing corridor back onto the streets.
How much is it to open an account?
Open an account. I can't remember exactly. This is the one thing I'm missing from my sheet for some reason. I think I can pull it up quickly. Should be able to. Because open an account, I think it's free for the basic level. Yeah.
He would lean over as Dylan. He would say, just whisper in your ear and just say, "Don't put all your money in here."
I love how low you have to go.
Oh yeah, no, like
Yeah.
bit, like Neo it all the way down, and then
Yeah.
Are they gonna steal it?
go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, it's free, but 25 gold must always remain in the account. For the basic, just for money. You can buy other storage, but that costs money. That's where you can store belongings and items.
He would say, "It's not it's." He would pause, and because they're so close to the teller one, I'd just be like, "Just don't, we travel often. You can put some in. I'm just saying, not all."
I will not put any.
All right. You all leave the Obsidian Bank feeling a place of power, which is interesting here. It is a very formal place. You all head out, continue walking up the streets. Are you heading for Colbreen's?
Yes.
All right. Leaving what kind of noble, what few shops are here and more of housing, you get to an area of a neighborhood up on this hilltop crest. Some of the houses here actually overlook the city and the coast itself. You see a fog of mist completely over the ocean. Up here, a few things looking out onto the ocean, the downfall depths. As it rains, you see the ocean's constantly in motion from being rained on and the waves coming in and out. A few things catch your notice. Out on the water, a ways out, a single dark tower on a small island. Very small. It's almost just the tower. Outstretches up into the horizon. And you see large bird-like creatures, human-sized, flying to and from it, many of them holding on to it. You could barely even see them except for the ones flying to and from the city. Now that the bell towers have stopped, it seems that a lot of the carrion snatcher harpies are heading back to their place of rest. You see a few other little tiny scattering of islands, a few of them with what looks to be ruined old buildings on them, but otherwise nothing else. With that, if you continue, you will head to the Far Sorrow houses. You head through this neighborhood-like area. There are hedges of dark green, and there is black iron gates, tall, sharp, intricate, surround each houses. There are each. It seems that there's little sections here dedicated to. Some houses have certain symbols, and some have certain symbols. Little tiny little neighborhoods with each houses are sanctioned off, but still nearby. You see a symbol, essentially. It's an intricate runic symbol that archways into this neighborhood that Wimpy will know is the symbol of the entire Castaigne cabinet is here. A guard will stop you, ask you what you're doing.
God, he would. Does the guard look familiar? He doesn't matter. He doesn't care.
It doesn't seem to be. This guy is just here. He's dressed in this would actually be one of probably the first harbinger you've seen. There's a harbinger standing guard here, sitting in like a little kind of shelter right beside the gate, and he says, "Who are here to see and how long will you be?"
Colbreen Barsara.
And who's visiting?
Her father.
Okay. How long will you be?
I imagine maybe an hour or two.
Alright, head on in. You get led into this kind of gated neighborhoods up here.
See.
He would look back at them like with a fucking rich people like expression.
I swear I'm not one of them. That's the look. Is
yeah, like
rich
they just
people on the
like,
right.
Oh, fucking assholes! Like,
Yep.
Don't worry about like these hundreds of gold pieces in my pocket.
Yep. You head through to one of the left-hand sides, not overlooking the ocean, but you see two houses stick out here, each with a familiar crest of yours. The crest of House Farsorrow is on each black iron gate. One house is smaller. You know, this is Colbreen's house. It's smaller, but still very nice. Probably has a backyard to it. It is of brown color. It has nice bright windows and curtains. Overtowering it to the right, immediately to the right, is a much taller manor of darker color here. The fence is even taller. And you can actually see from here, there's two fences leading to each house, but you can already see between the fences, between them, there's another gate linking these two houses and their yards. And you will know whose house that is.
yeah, he is avoiding all eye contact from that house. Literally, his body is positioned fully away, and he has sunken in size. As he's just like, so Colbreen is my second child, and like it literally like let's talk about anything than that fucking manor right there. As he walks out.
Glance at it, see if anybody's just like at the windows or if there's any lights on or anything.
Quick perception check. At the moment, you don't see anything, but if you're really keeping an eye out, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
And this is at the second manor, correct? The much larger one to the right?
The one that Wimp is avoiding, yes.
Right.
14.
Nothing seems to stir inside. Curtains are all drawn, but you do notice that on many windows there are thin bars on the inside.
I'm gonna pick up a rock.
Not on the one you all are going to, but to that one.
And I'm just gonna hold it for a second. I'm gonna toss it up and down. And then I'm just gonna be staring at the house. And then I'm gonna drop it and sigh and turn and follow it.
Alright.
I love it.
There's a loud screech as you pull open the iron gate, pulling back the House Farsorrow symbol. You head through this nice little kept walkway with little stones and some flowers, probably planted by Norelli here. You head to the front door where a large knocker rests. Use it?
Yes, but he would
Yep.
use it like in a like sing-song way. Like da 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 da.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. It echoes through, and it opens up. As you were finishing knocking, you actually hear someone's already at the door, and it opens. fairly quickly. You will see a man of kind of bluish skin, smaller pointed ears, kind of dark blue to purple hair, wavy but short. You see he's currently wearing kind of a purple and white, kind of very beautiful, kind of fancy tunic. He's wearing a few rings and bracelets at the moment. And this is Zolbrith. He's here. He was already at the door, and he opens it. He gives a look of instinctive disgust, not at you, but just at someone's at the door with that tone, like basically with that, like you can tell he's probably was already getting ready to walk out the door, but now he's like, there's someone at the door, as he's here, and he looks at you, takes in what he's seeing. How do you react?
He would look excited, and once he sees the Silbrith, his excitement drops only a little bit, and he'd be like, Silbrith.
And he would call you Ezrin. Right?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
Yeah. He would say, Ezrin and company.
And company.
I'm heading out to have work to do. Culbrin's in the dining room if you wish to see her.
And he would move out of the way. So good to see you.
She's expecting you.
Fantastic.
Good day. And the man will hold his tunic and just nod to you all and walk past and walk down the way. Easy with this gate. You get stuck sometimes if you don't do it right. He pulls it open without a sound, no screech, and walks out and closes it without a screech.
Careful with the gate.
And just slowly walks.
Tricky.
Oh, you like your family.
He goes, I like my family.
Then not family.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
He would go inside, and now knowing that Zolbrith is not in there, he would announce himself, and he'd just be like, Colbreen.
Yeah. As you kind of open up and shout that, you do hear hesitation for a moment of almost speaking but not knowing what to say, and then you hear, I'm in here. Father, is that you?
Aw,
you hear an echo from down the way,
so
the dining room.
Kitty. Yeah,
you hear something kind of sit down, and immediately some heels are clanking onto the floor and coming your all's way. You see a beautiful manor from the inside. Not a spot on anything. It's lacking in decoration. It's more of that general decoration. There's a couple vases in here and very general bland paintings. It looks like a house that would be an establishment to walk through, not a living area, which is strange. Not a plant at the moment to be seen. A general rug. Things are kept neatly. It's strange. It's quite open, too. The heels walk around the corner and standing in the doorway. You see currently a woman with kind of a... she's... from seeing her, she's... Same with the gentleman. They're both elven, but they almost look drow, but there's different coloration to them. There is something about them, essentially. And you've realized you've spotted some of these elves around the city. They aren't quite drow, but something similar, perhaps a variant. But she has a blue skin tone and blue hair that kind of goes from darker to lighter as it goes down. She has very light blue eyes, like almost white. She has smaller pointed ears, and she's currently wearing kind of a white and black dress currently with a little bit of flower accents embroidered onto it as she's here. And she's wearing heels as she the echoes through here because the place is so spaced and open. You hear the clanking as she comes forward. And she sees you and she says, step in before you get too wet out there. Don't mind it. And she'll immediately come in for a hug.
Yeah, you would immediately hug her and probably pick her up and spin her.
Yeah.
It would be giddy.
She quickly holds her heel on so it doesn't fall off. And she strengthens the grip. How have you been? How's your trip?
He would say it has been a journey, but and he would motion to the three of them. He would say probably the most fruitful of all of them so far.
When you motioned to them, she had seen them before, but she had you all kind of noticed for a second with that spin, she had dropped composure for a moment with that spin for a moment, but as soon as she sees guests in her home that aren't her, she immediately stiffens her back up just a little bit and almost into that presentable form, if that makes sense. She had let her guard down for a second. She looks to you all. Hello, I am Colbreen Farsaro. And you already know my father here.
He would.
My
go
name
again.
is Silny.
Love it.
I'm gonna go up and shake a hand.
She shakes your hand very gently. There's a bright wedding ring on the left hand, and there's a few larger ones. You see one that is smaller, but for a crest ring, but you do see a ring with a crest on it on her right middle finger.
It is a delight to meet you, Miss Vassar. I'm Oscar Bazera.
Likewise. And you, miss, I think I may have heard about before.
Dylan Amplin. Mhm.
I have heard a little bit about yours and my father's travels.
I've
Good
heard
for-
a lot about you.
Good things, I hope.
Just
Of
looks
course.
around.
She kind of reels back and looks to you, Imp. Have you seen Norelli? She's down at the shop with the florist.
Yes, actually, we started there. He would motion to Mr. Brazier and Silny, and he would say they actually had met Marigold, so they were able to see Norelli. And
Really? Well, I hope she finds a way to get herself into predicaments sometimes on her jobs out there. I hope she hasn't caused anything too interesting out there. How is she?
She's a very capable young lady. She's wonderful. A real pleasure.
That's good to hear. I'm sorry she couldn't be here for your meeting. I had gotten your letter, and I was disappointed that she had already passed. But I'm glad you all got to spend some time at the wedding together.
yes, yeah, it all got sorted out and went well.
Come step into the dining room with me. I have to pick up some. And as she's walking, she says, "How was that wedding?"
He would look back at them and be like, eventful. But
Yeah. Beautiful.
Very exciting.
Great dancing.
Good. We've actually had one a few weeks ago here. I bet that one was more fun than this one. One of the cabinet weddings. Very formal. Speeches. Not much fun to them. Presentory.
he'd look.
And
He would perk and be like, who in the cabinet?
hold on. I have that.
I'm sorry.
It's somewhere under my mountain. It's somewhere under my mountain. I have exactly who that is.
I
That
know
is-
this.
She will say, it's a couple of the grandchildren in House Therish. There was a bit of a squall under. It's arranged. A little bit of a squall, but they gave in easily. You know how it all goes.
He would give her a look. He'd be like, yes, I do. Good. I am, He would try to look interested, but he's like, I hate them so much.
Yep. You all follow her into the dining room with like black and white tiled floors, a large oak table with probably too many chairs that most of them have probably never been sat in before. You see a chandelier here, curtains with flowers embroidered onto them. Not too much color to them. The place is beautiful. You see all over the one section, the end of the, not exactly the headed table, but right next to it is so many papers and a quill. And a fountain pen, many papers here, and a little catalog. Basically, a little tome is sitting here. And she says, let me just pick this up for a moment. Have you heard about the banquet that's happening?
I had heard that you're scheduling something for someone. How is that going?
It's a pain. But I can't complain too much about it. I had volunteered. I had asked for something to do with the banquet to keep myself busy and involved if I can. It's better than speaking to the houses for hours on end. I get to be here and work on essentially ordering decor and seating.
What's the banquet
And-
for?
It's actually Sirius putting it together himself. They decided that. Have you heard about? I don't want to. I can tell you don't like this. Like these.
Please, no.
topics.
I want to know what you're interested in.
Interest is not so much, but keeping well informed on it is interest enough to me. Credence Astaroth has recently recovered from sickness. He has been ill for a few weeks now, and it was looking grim for some time. As far as I know, he had gotten some help at the sanatorium, which is quite interesting for a member of the cabinet to go there. But members of the sanatorium visited him in his estate and helped him, and he has recovered. And with that, Siri has taken upon himself to show appreciation, something of the matter. Probably, I imagine that they will take advantage of it to introduce a new idea or law.
But of course.
It's strange. The date hasn't been set for it, but it's within the week. So everyone is scrambling because no one knows how much time we have to organize it. And Siri, nonetheless, whether I have 2 days or 10, is
Expecting perfection.
I'm getting it finished.
Well, I will be here within the week, so if you need anything, he motioned. He's like, they are probably one of the most skilled people I've ever met, so if we can help in any way.
I wouldn't trouble you all with cabinet matters. Are you all part of the Ferric Emissary Guild as well?
He wouldn't speak, he'd look at them.
We've been traveling for past 2-3 weeks now. With the emissary, we're not properly hired on by them, but we've been helping out.
Dylan's gonna stand up a little straighter and pull out a little card and be like, 6 years service.
A little bit. It's like an AA meeting. They give you a new badge every few years.
I love it.
It's good to see. We work with the guild quite often to get matters through with the cabinet. Enough of the cabinet talk, though. It's just been a lot these last few days.
Sounds like it.
Your father has also, he's being coy about it, but he's also been recently awarded with a medal, signifying that he's a hero of Arakad, and was presented with a medal for services to the town.
She gives
It's
a small
admirable
look of interest.
chat.
Have you really?
Slowly looking at Oscar for a moment and back and be like, yeah, but it was mostly a group, and he would actually look flustered. He's never had someone do that. He's like, I don't know how to react to this.
It was all him.
Sounds like
He was the leader.
him.
It was all him. We're proud to follow him as our leader.
That's good to hear. You'll have to tell. I'm sure Quinn would like to hear a story of victory.
There would be a
That's good to
somber
hear.
smile, and he would say, yeah, I think it would be good to... How is Quinn?
Good. He's currently with Siri at the moment. He's been with them all day. They're actually getting him he's getting fitted for a new suit for the banquet. You may not be able to see him until tonight.
Speaking of which, we should do a dinner. I would love to see them and introduce them all to... He would pause and he'd go, extensions of family.
Certainly. Tonight I won't be able to. I'm afraid I didn't know exactly what day you were coming. I have to meet with... Siri has appointed me to meet with members of House Sildican. That one. With a lot. With House Sildican to talk about the arrangements. After that, any day. And I'd like to hear about your stories about being awarded a medal at some point.
Especially the one about him wrestling a wyvern. That's a terrific.
Oh, absolutely.
Her eyes kind of widen, but then squint a little bit.
Oh,
Almost as if reading.
Oscar's deadpan.
Yeah,
Doesn't
that's
look right
what's
at
like
all.
got her a confused look. Is like because of you all, how straight faced and she's looking. What have you been up to out there with that Courier's Guild?
just many things. Over dinner. Over dinner.
As long as you're keeping safe, and it's good that you've come to visit. We haven't seen you in a bit. I'm sorry things are being overshadowed by the cabinet matters, but when are they not?
Right. No, I am. Any bit of time I get is time worthwhile.
Did you see Zolberth on the way out?
Yes. Yeah. We greeted each other. He looks good. He looks fit.
He's been busier than lately. I think it's because of the banquet. He's keeping himself out of the matters. He's been working on some arrangements with the Silverite Bargain with these scrolls.
Ah, so blossoming business.
She notes your little tension, but casually, in sake of the guests, just gives the general information. But she notes it.
Yeah, he would say, well, you always. I'm glad he's stepping up. He's doing great. He's proud of him. I'd be trying so hard.
She takes an inhale. So where are you all staying? You're welcome to stay here. We have a spare bedroom.
Oh, that's incredibly sweet. But Oscar likes to spread out, and we have a few rooms already. But it means a ton that you would offer such.
If you need anywhere to go, come find us.
Of course.
We won't be busy every day here, I promise. I'm sorry that it's such late notice, and everything is a bit scattered at the moment between everybody.
Nah, I dropped it upon you. No worries at all. I just wanted to definitely come say hi, and I will let you know when we should do the dinner. We definitely should.
Yeah, we should.
How big is their garden?
Looking out back, it's small to medium size. There's some flowers out there, no pond or anything, but just some small bushes and stuff back there.
No trees.
There's probably a couple small single trees that have been planted here, for sure.
I was just keeping his eye out for a big tree, just
right
as we roam around.
Noted.
He would say he's like, I don't wish to take more time. I wanted to come say hello, and we have going to be running around as we always do.
What are you all going to be up to in the city? I figure with all of you, is this your all's first time to Brexon?
It is.
Yes.
She gives a smile of almost understanding. The city isn't as bad as it seems. There's beauty to be found around it. It can be overbearing at times if you look at it from an outside point of view, but there are things to be found around Brexon to love. The rain isn't.
What are the
so
best
either.
sightseeing spots?
Yeah, what do you recommend?
The lighthouse is nice. Signet Hill has its own beauty in some places. If you overlook the coast, there is an art museum to be found, which I quite enjoy. Although I don't know how many more times I can stare at the paintings and try to find something new in them.
The real pleasure so far has been meeting Mr. Wimper's family. The city's brighter for having you here.
She kind of gives a slight little smile and blush. Well, it's good to all of you stop by. I'm really happy to meet you all. If you need anything at all, let me know. My husband and I can help you get anything you wish, as much as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, at that point he would probably raise up, offer another hug.
When you go in for a hug, she will say to you, almost as a whisper, not to hide it from anybody, but just to say, if Siri knows you're here, they'll probably expect you to be at the banquet.
Oh, my body became rigid. Yeah, no, he would tighten and he would go, yeah, they know. Keep me informed.
Try my best of what I hear.
He'd kiss the side of her head and turn and try to look not rigid. Oh fuck, he looks so stressed. He looks so fucking like dad stressed, sweat beginning to form, and he goes, I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
As we're leaving, Oscar will very conversationally say, Mr. Wimper, it turns out you're more important here than you let on. You should start wearing your medal on your coat for a person of your station.
Yeah, nah, I'm sure they would love that. He'd open the door.
Friends in high places.
She
Friends.
gives a look, kind of a smile.
Go friends. Yeah, friends.
She shares that look almost between Silny and you when you say friends. She goes to say something and it just doesn't.
Mhm.
As we walk out and we start walking away from the house, I'm gonna take Wimp's hand and kind of look up to him, and I'm gonna be like, do Qatar and Pellerin live here?
You saying that to her or to him?
To Wimp.
Because they've left. They're now on the
Right.
path.
You're heading out.
Yeah.
They're close behind you.
He would smile at the sound of them. He's like, they're in Cavamora. They yeah, they used to live here. And then and he would finally glance towards that fucking mansion and look back, and he would go, they were very smart to get as far away from as possible.
Yeah, it seems like it.
And he would look at Oscar and Silny and be like, so Qatar.
Oscar will quite loudly and without realizing the implication, because he'd have seen you deliberately not look at. So who lives in that large house, Mr. Whimper?
I'm gonna turn and look at Oscar and she'd be like, Stop it.
Apologies, Mr. Whimper.
Nobody lives there.
He would chuckle. And thankfully, because he's holding the 3 photos, he would be a little bit calmer because he's thinking of, the kiddos. But
they all get ruined by the rain. They're all gone.
I swear to goodness, how dare you! Don't make me get more. He would say, Siri lives there.
I'm gonna look at the rock again.
He'd be like, but so, and he would show the 3 photos, and in order he would say, this is Qatar, this is my grandchild, this is Pellerin. Oh, and the top one looks a lot like the same as Colbreen, like very much the elfish, very, very like that deep blue. Pellerin has horns and pupilless eyes. He actually looks like a tiefling. And then Ulp looks a lot like his mother, Qatar, which is that, bluish skinned elf. I would say this is Qatar, Pellerin, and then Ulp. And he would say these are my my grandchild and my 2 great-grandchildren that are in Cavamora at the moment.
I was going to say, hey Siri, who is Siri?
I love Oscar. He would look and he was like, Siri is a white high noble here that I happen to have had Colbreen with.
To refer to as a bad person.
For more information, visit the web.
It's nice that that Colbreen gets to live next door to her mother.
Mother.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he'll keep walking and go, yes, I'd love to meet her. I really enjoy meeting your family, Mr. Whimper.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I have like a tree that is like, there's branches and it's...
You should see my VM screen right now on my wall.
I have our document and I'm like scrolling through your names.
I look like I've got Stranger Things when like Will Byers puts the fucking papers all over the house. That's my wall right now. And just for a little note, whenever Siri has been referred to, it's they them. Just to note.
But Wimp would walk forward and be like, Siri isn't this. He would be firm on. He's like, Siri isn't family. Siri is. His jaw would there would be a profound hatred that Wimp hasn't even had for people attacking him. Like, he showed less anger to them, and he would say, they're not family. They're just they happen to be there at that time.
Mm.
Oscar shut up. He's out of his depth. Sort of started to tune out.
Arm is
Oh,
wrapped.
yeah.
She does a little pat.
I love Oscar.
As everybody gets quiet awkwardly, I'm gonna look at Wim and a little more quietly. I'm gonna be like, is Laloon buried here?
This is fun. This is a great session.
Let's target you. You thought
I
the
was
was
just
bad? Let's
about
just-
to say,
let's just
fuck
keep the
that.
blast going.
Oh,
Fuck.
when every time one of like, let me mention another family member. There would
How many
be,
points on bingo do we get across it?
Yeah.
there would be a pause, and he would slowly take out because he recognizes that he hasn't actually talked a ton about his family yet to them. He would get out this photo, and they are like the most striking features of an elf, like very angular, very and he would look first towards, he would look at Dylan and he would say, she's her ashes are with the rest of the families, so not here, but I believe that Culbrine has mementos of her. And when he showed Oscar and Silny, it's a this is my daughter. She died about 8 years ago during a mission. A lot like us, adventurers, and just didn't work in her favor. Yeah, and he would turn towards Culbrine's house almost sadly, like to think about. He just nodded. He's like, it's Marigold's older sister and Katara's younger sister. Culbrine's second daughter. I'm now just doing it just to watch fucking Staj. Like, I'm done. Like, this is way too fucking mid. And he was like, but all the same, yeah. He would pat the top of Dylan's head and he'd be like, we're going to drink? What are we going to do? Or something, please.
What are we going to do?
We're going to that other district, the for my people, for lack of a better term.
What district are you heading to? 'Cause I don't think you all have a pinpoint on where to find them.
Wimp.
Wimp.
Sorry, what?
What district did you assume that the not Spectre's Defiance is in?
The turrets.
But then
The
you would
Torrents.
realize that probably not in the Torrents.
Right.
No, yeah, because that was
Right.
the lower. It started with an S?
There is the Mire, which is the outside, the Pallid Ward, which is the main heart of it. There is the docks and the housing, which is the Skew, and there's Signet Hill.
Yeah, the skew is where I said they would be foolish to, but they might still.
Right. Point of note, where's Versk?
He's a bucket.
But you all have
Do we
them.
have Versk on us, though?
Yeah.
Can we
We'd have
keep
grabbed
him?
it. We'd have grabbed everything out of the wagon, right? Anything of value. So you'll have pea shooter. Even if Oscar's got it across his back because you're small and it's easier for him
Then
to
we can
carry.
hold it.
Well,
He wouldn't hold Versk though.
I was about to say, Verse is in my backpack, like, at least on my sheet, so I'll just say that Wim has him.
Okay.
Then at a certain point when you say trying to figure out where to go, as you're overlooking Signet Hill, you hear the voice crop up. It says, secret names, secret family, nobility. Seems like you have more at your disposal than I had thought.
Do remember anyone asking for your opinion?
I don't remember anyone asking for help for your all's sickness. Do you want help? This is the place to start getting it.
Well, apparently you're not able to help us, so I'll take you butt out.
Then I'll be a bucket and won't say what I was about to mention.
He
No,
would,
please tell us.
he would say,
Mr. Becerra.
he would look empathetically at Oscar, like, I get you. Like, I get you. However, we're all ears.
Oscar will uncharacteristically pout.
Oh, it's so cute.
The curse is only for knowledge about the arcane. I have a lot more knowledge about cities. I'm a bucket, though.
The bucket you shall remain.
Not to me. I can show you a beautiful view in exchange.
Bucket doesn't speak.
Vilmi is going to tighten her arm around Oscar's. Look at him pointedly.
He would say, look, like, we're doing everything we can. I mean, at this point, like, we're going to try to get you freed. Help us out.
Please.
We're saying please now? I thought I was going to be
We are.
buried.
You're not buried right now, besides being in my bag. I apologize for that. But
It stinks in here.
I know.
Yes, I can smell.
It's. You can smell? He actually would be surprised at that.
I can. Imagine what Paneros' last smelled like for 400 years.
Oh.
Imagine all the things we could put in you.
Oh, wink wonk. He doesn't say that, but he would say, what about secret things? What about?
I'll tell you after you've thought real hard about all the things you could put in me.
Oh my god!
And it goes silent.
I didn't. He would look at fucking Dylan. He would say, I realize more and more that people don't grow with age.
Yeah.
You're quite right, Mr. Wimper. The leopard doesn't change his shorts. Very unpleasant.
Sylvie is going to yank Oscar away from the group.
He would pause and look, and he would stop, but like, obviously, like, we're gonna let them talk. However, we're not gonna like leave them.
I'm gonna go like 50 feet away with him.
I'm sorry, Sudi. I can't stand him. He really gets up my nose.
Mr. Becerra,
I love Mr. Reserve.
there is one thing that you probably understand and that you know. And I know that he makes you angry. And I know that he's an asshole.
He's just
Okay.
so rude.
We
So
all
rude.
know this. He's an archmage with extreme knowledge. He can be of assistance to us if only we stop.
It doesn't mean that he
Aggravating.
can't use some manners from time to time. He just butts in and then lords
He's
it
been in a
with
cavern
like,
for
don't
400
trust him.
years.
Well, I wish we'd left him there. He's a nuisance. But I understand. I shall say I simply won't talk to him anymore.
I want you to apologize to him.
I will consider it.
Thank you.
While that was happening, I'm gonna turn and look at Whip, and I'm just gonna like take his hands for a second, and I'm gonna be like, take no offense of this, but why is your family so stuck up?
He would laugh so hard, and he would say, they are a product of their environment, and they are. He would actually look a little somber at this, and he would say, they are one of the ones that I wasn't able to be around for as long as I wanted to during their early life.
Yeah, it makes me feel bad for them because they don't seem happy. They're stuck here.
He would look very empathetic. He would say, I cannot tell you how many times I've tried to get them out. They are here. Whether it's warped minds or what, they are here of their own will. and he would grin. He would like notice that Marigold is not within the city gates.
Yeah, that is better.
They suffer well. They are roses among pavement.
At this point, two groups. Oh, go ahead. Unless you had something else.
Oh no! I was just about to say, I'm like, would they return? So yeah, you answered my question.
Yeah.
They'll return.
Do we look around here? The only information that I have is this Blood Knuckle Forge.
He would
I know what that is. I'm just kidding.
Ha.
I was going
Probably
to
me,
walk
yeah.
I was
He's just
like
fucking
doing that
with you
whole
now.
jumpy anger thing, like. He would say, "We're following you, Silny."
So what area are we in currently?
In the Signet Hill, you're in the Noble District,
In the
essentially.
Signet Hill, in
Where the
yeah.
castle and the manors are, and the bank. Back down in the heart of the city is the Pallid Ward, where the vast majority of the city is.
With a general understanding now of what Brexton is, may I do a certain check in order to assume where a base may be?
You would know how to begin to find them
Yeah.
by looking in a certain language for certain things. And you would know the locations to start looking. If you would like to get down there and start looking for them, you are able to. How much time are you willing to dedicate to it? We can do a perception check, and if it fails, it just might take a bit more time. An hour or two. Is that fine?
Yeah. If that's the only thing that we're doing. And like I'll inform them like along the way, like I haven't been able to find too much. I got a 10 on that.
All right.
Give them probably like an approximation, be like a few hours.
Okay.
From what I can find.
You all sticking around for that?
Oh yeah, like he would follow Silny.
It's probably about 40 minutes have passed, and you're beginning to look. You're beginning to know how Brexton is, how your people work, and you begin to start looking for certain symbols in places where you would expect them to be laid. In the Pallid Ward. You're looking around, you're examining the under tarps of shops to keep the rain out. You start looking on the metal up there. You start looking under essentially like mailboxes, and eventually on one of these, lampposts are always a little too obvious. But so you look under the tarps, and you eventually, after 40 minutes of looking, because it takes a while, you all see Silny spot. Silny, your eyes begin to widen at just 3 little scratches. It looks like the metal bar has taken damage. But those little 3 scratches to you, the third one is shorter than the rest.
Mm-hmm.
It means follow. And the other ones, the other 2 basically mean a direction. And right now it says to the right. You keep going.
Found a
You
trail.
find another one. And then another one. And then it stops. One says, you see a symbol. It is of almost like a sun, but with a box around it. This means lantern. You follow another one, another one says lantern. Another one says lantern. You keep following?
Is it are there any
Seems to be a
light
trail.
sources nearby it?
Not at the moment. There's some like street lamps, but none of them are lit. I will say, however, you see down the street, the way they're going, there's a shop called Lantern Shop. The symbols say follow
Right.
and lantern. Do you head in?
I'm gonna go there.
All right.
We love a good front.
What you'll find here is a very old human man, big beard. Oh, not too old. He's got a large black beard. He has a little cap on. This place is very small. Tons of empty lanterns of different sizes. Hooded, regular. Some are kind of stained brown together with a golden glow. There are pints of oil. It's a lantern and oil shop. And you see the old man. He says, "Howdy, welcome to the lantern shop. How many may I suit you up with?"
Good evening. I'm looking, obviously for a lantern, just to help me find my way.
There's plenty. Any of them of your choosing?
I'll give a cursory glance around. Anything that you recommend?
It depends on what you're looking for. How bright you're trying to light up things. Some of them are duller, cheaper.
What's the brightest one?
Probably that one. What are you using it for? You see he almost urges and lingers onto that sentence. What would be casual to most people, but for someone who's trained to look out for signs, he's judging to see what type of person has come in. A regular customer.
I'll go ahead and I'll pick up the lantern and I'll bring it over and I'm going to place like 5 gold down. Just trying to find my way in a new city.
A new city. Do you seek companionship? Or just trying to look around?
Companionship.
He eyeballs you for a minute. Do you say anything else or give any other nods or things to him? You can definitely tell he is basically trying to spot out normal customers or not.
Yeah, I'm trying to give him like any information that like
Gotcha.
new to the city, trying to find the specters and everything.
All of you, including Wimp, I was seeing what your past perceptions were. You see him just give a scratch, but it's odd. He looks at it, giving a symbol of, "Are you one of me?" And if you return it, he says, "That one won't be bright enough. Take this one." He pulls out one from behind the desk. He takes the 5 gold. Gives you a pint of oil to go in it. It is fairly dark down that street. He says a street name. If you go down that street, you'll probably want to use this. It's really dark down there, even in the day.
Thank you.
No worries.
You have a good evening.
You as well.
Are there any lanterns in there that look like Miriam's lantern?
Definitely not as intricate. These are very basic. Miriam's definitely seem to have been very well crafted out of unique materials. These are very basic. Yeah, very basic, cheap lantern shop. You have a special lantern, that's all I'll say for now. This one looks basic too, but he pulled it out from behind the desk. Where do you head?
We'll head out. And then go find that street.
It seems to be just a couple streets over. He kind of pointed a direction. Street looks normal. Nothing here. Like, it not as dark as he says. Do you light the lantern?
I'll go ahead and light it and just like sit up against a wall and have everybody else stand there with me.
It barely gives off any light because of it's daylight at the moment. However, as soon as it turns it on, Dylan and Oscar, you immediately catch something, a glinter on the street, right on the middle of the road. Some type of sparkle. As soon as she turns on the lantern, you see their eyes dart to it.
Miss Silney, it would appear that there is something of a magical pathway presenting itself to you in the light of your new lantern.
I'll go ahead and just walk casually through the middle of the street and take a look at where the glinting's coming from.
Can you see it?
You see it now. Shine the lantern right on the middle of the road, just having it casually. something that wasn't there, you realize what was a stone now glinters almost, with that new same symbol of follow, but one was invisible to the naked eye now. Heading up. You follow it down the road, and it stops right at a wall. Looking up, you see right in this alleyway, thin alleyway, few just metal poles up the wall, heading towards the roof. On each and every one of them, follow, 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 follow. Written in Thieves' Cant.
Ready to climb? I'll go ahead and strap the lantern onto my belt and everything, and then start going up.
Is this an alleyway?
Yeah, it's a very thin alleyway.
Oh,
You're still at the
thank
front
God.
of it, but
Holy
halfway in the middle of it, there's these here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mimp is gonna look around, see if anyone's looking.
Make a perception check.
11.
There's some passerby, but no one walking directly past the entrance alleyway. You're a little far enough in that as long as you keep quiet, no one should hear you all down here.
As Silny starts to climb, we would look at Oscar and he's like, "Are you good at climbing?"
I can be very good at climbing. I'm not terribly bad at it myself. Though very visible. Are you good at climbing?
Fantastic. He lied.
It doesn't catch the lie. Oh, okay. I was going to say I could assist you, but
Fantastic at it.
Are you fucking terrible at it?
I have no idea.
How's Dylan? Can Dylan reach the?
Yeah, can Dylan reach?
Yeah, how far are
There's
the rungs?
one- They are all the way up. And to get up these, it'll be an athletics or acrobatics check, depending on how you brute force it or swing up them.
Oscar is going to wild shape into a squirrel and skitter up Silny's leg and sort of just perch around her neck in a hood.
That's the easiest way to do it. Just hop on someone else and let them take you.
I was just about to say, he's gonna
17.
look at Dylan and say, "You want to backpack me?"
I can't carry you.
Hold on. Okay, yeah. He has enough sense to stop himself from, like, laughing because he was about to burst into laughter. But he was like, he's like, that was funny. That was he would lean down for her to get on his back.
Yeah, I'll climb on.
Okay. Who's going up first?
17.
17 with athletics or acrobatics?
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics. 17. It's a
Just
little wet.
as
It's hard, but you start...
just an aside, not that I think it will become an issue because Silny is as sure-footed as a mountain goat. Squirrels don't take full damage.
Oh, yeah? Nice. Just...
That's why I have a squirrel. in my
Nice.
list.
Yeah. Swinging one-to-one, getting momentum. There's a few squeaks of your palm onto the wet iron, but you use it and you get up and you crest onto the top, onto this not terribly high roof, but up onto here, and you begin to see more symbols.
15
I'll go ahead and wait for them.
for
15.
athletics.
Athletics, you just pull up. It's a little slower. There's one little as you slide off, but you hold on, and Dylan, you're like, whew. Maybe Dylan grabs on and just to stabilize you from swinging, and you keep going. You get up here. It's not too high. You get up here, and you're now on the rooftops. You begin to realize that the trail now leads you a few over. There's a few close by roofs over here. You can tell this part is largely obscured by some towering buildings. These roofs here, as long as you're not flaunting near the edge too much, no one should spot you think. There's a few little walkways. There's a little step, like maybe a 2-foot little gap between a couple roofs. You head over and head over. And eventually you find something that maybe is what you're looking for. Something that sticks out to you. On this majorly flat roof. Luckily you haven't had to go up on any that is slanted and tiled. These are mostly the flat roofs right here. You find on this flat roof, because there's gravel up here, you find what immediately pings out in your mind, recognizing as bones, but they're metal. They are metallic carved bones here that are situated onto one another, almost in circle patterns. 3 almost circles of bones here. And you can tell they have thin chains that mount them in. They're movable. You can pick them up and move them to the side, but they're anchored to the roof. You see on the roof's edge, the little 2-foot little brick up here. You see with the lantern, it says there's writing. And this is actually in common. It says, 15 bones of those who seek us. Take back 6, leave 10. And with that, if you'll join me on the roll 20. This is what you see. You can move them around. Well, you can tell me to move them around. I don't know if you all can, but they are able to be moved.
Yeah, we can't move them.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think there's a way for me to give you all to move them, unfortunately.
All right. Repeat that for me.
It is 15 bones of those who seek us. Take back 6, leave 10.
Take back 6.
And they are positioned in this order. These metal bones. Each of them's like a pound each.
5. This is the thing. Let's take back 6 section.
The rain's like pouring down. It's a gentle drizzle. You're not getting drenched up here, but it's more of a mist at the moment.
Puzzle time. Math doesn't make sense.
What is it?
So there's 15. They say to take 6 and leave 10. That would be 16 total, technically. So it's gonna be something that it spells out, or whatever.
Also, I hope you all are having fun. I know it's a slow session, but it's like getting in and exploring the city and set up to more and more things.
I love it.
Yeah, I hope. Is everybody else having fun so far?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a short
Yeah.
session.
What's not to
Good
love
effort.
on a squirrel?
Yeah, you're just up here. You get your
15
furs catching rain.
15 bones of those who seek us. Take back 6, leave 10. And are there 15 bones here? Or, yeah.
There are. I just counted them.
I don't think there's any way for me to let you all move these. So if you need just to move them, just point at one and I'll move it around. I tried to figure out a way to give you all to do it, but I don't think I can.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna take a quick look around just while we're on the rooftops and just mutter under my breath, of course there's a fucking puzzle.
Yeah.
Is there anybody like that we can see up here? Or like what site is it giving? Just in the general area?
Like people down below? Or if there's anybody up here?
On the rooftops.
Definitely no one else is up here. You all are confident you're alone at the moment.
I know how to do it, so I'll leave you guys to... I'll just text.
I did get it from the internet, so it may be also a thing.
Well, yeah, it's okay. I'll let you guys have it.
The squirrel's
Wimp
like,
is fascinating.
I know.
I hate puzzles.
I'm sorry.
No, oh my god, I love it. No, I love it. Like,
Yeah.
it's awesome. I'm just bad at them.
Like, cause that's...
If it helps, I don't do puzzles in D&D when I'm a player. I usually I'm like, someone else figure
I
them
was
out.
just about to. Yeah, the Wimp is sitting there like, this is good. This is good. This is interesting.
What's 10 in Roman numerals? That's an X, isn't it?
That's what I thought too. So it'd be XX, but that would give us 11. XS.
Oh, for the thing, yeah.
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 I mean, sorry, that would be 13 XS. My bad.
Let's see that there's a... Fuck!
I love that we said fuck at the same time. 10 out of 10.
While you all are examining Squirrel Oscar, as you're sitting here taking a moment to ponder and just to get a view of the city around you, the claustrophobia, of it and the bustling of it is not of good nature to you. You begin to just wonder about the rain. Thoughts begin to cross your mind of, this isn't related to the puzzle. This is just me doing a little bit of narration for you.
I can't communicate to them how to do it anyway.
Nope.
No, not unless you come back. Or I guess the squirrel could be like, touch them. But you begin to think about the rain in this time of, it's nature, but how much of it does Eldith allow it? Because she's the goddess of nature? Or is it something else? You begin to wonder, does she allow this and is fine with it? Or is it too unnatural? Of just the constant gloom rain that is always over the city.
How high up are we?
Probably up here, probably just 2 stories. Not the highest.
Does it go further?
This roof?
Can
this
I
roof
get higher?
You definitely can. There are surrounding buildings that this roof doesn't in particular go up, but there are surrounding buildings that do go higher, and they're close.
I got it.
You got it?
I got it.
What do we do?
Okay. 1,
This
2,
one?
3.
Put this one around.
So the outer layer of that first one, the far right here, and then the 2 tops and bottom.
Oh my god.
You
Fuck
do so.
that.
You pull them aside and put them in a pile with the chain still linking them. Take back 6, leave 10. And
Fuck.
the squirrel nods, having also messaged me about
You
it.
knew?
Yeah.
He would look at it and be like, I wouldn't have gotten that.
Squirrel Oscar will nod at Silny and then pat Silny on the head.
Thanks.
You pull them to the side. You hear a slight click inside, like just under the roof. Like not quite like in the building, but just like as part of the mechanisms keeping this chained. And you wait. You give it a second. You're looking around. You're almost wondering, did I do it right? And then up from the opposite side of the roof, coming up, a person. You see a hand latch and immediately toss themselves up, wearing a dark hood here. Hair, you see just little bits of kind of coily brown hair poking out. Gloves currently. She looks at you all for a moment. And then immediately rushes with insane speed with an attack towards currently Wimp. We'll roll initiative and we'll take a quick break if that's fine with everybody else.
Woo, woo, woo. I'm gonna use my Sylvie dice for this.
Natural 1 as a squirrel.
Oh yeah, because you got your squirrel initiative.
And the squirrel immediately is like hiding in Silny's hood. I'm like,
Okay. Are you all having fun? You all seem kind of
yeah,
bored today.
no, it's great.
No, we're
You
good.
sure?
It's
I'm sorry if it is.
it's a thinking one. It's not boring at all. It's just that it's immersion,
Right.
man.
There's
Yeah.
so much
I
that
am
we have to
immersed.
do and the things that we're thinking and
glad.
everything. It's really good.
Thank
Yeah.
you, DM. I am immersed
I'm
deeply.
glad.
with
This is
Qual.
very much the introduction of the city, of figuring out what there is to do, meeting the people, the setup, basically, of
Yeah.
where you all venture into now. And with that, I'm gonna take just a very quick little break. Refuel my
DM's
glass.
gotta poo.
Hey, I'll
Okay,
take
Cup of
away.
tea. Cup of
I'll
tea
get
and
that,
have a Tim Tam.
I'm gonna make some bread.
Sounds
See you
good.
in a minute.
See you guys in a minute.
Making bread. Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm making bread for hamburger buns tonight. Dinner.
Delicious. Scared the piss out of me. What's up,
What?
bro? You scared me.
Sup, bro? Nady just hoovered the whole house and made all the beds and dusted and stuff so that he can get the battle pass.
10 out of fucking 10.
Nice.
That's
My
badass.
battle pass, yeah.
Good on him.
Yeah. Highly motivated by season passes, that boy.
Whatever works.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you should open your present if you can.
Do you want to do that right now?
Are you making a cake start?
Well, there's something in it that I thought you might be able to use.
Oh, I see.
Making bread.
Can you do that and play?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can play. I'm making bread.
Okay, as long as
Bread.
you can.
Whoa.
You got your thing, I think, from me as well, Staj.
I did. I have it open, and I'm gonna be using this only dice.
Nice.
My god, I love the wrapping paper. Stop. Oh, it's so fucking pretty. I don't want to break anything.
Don't. I didn't.
Mushroom. Stop.
Can we see it? That is neat.
And I was like,
Do you know, that's real teacher writing.
yeah.
Yeah.
My sister's writing. Mine looks neat, but it's hard to read.
For the yeah.
My presents are still to be to arrive to you all. But the one Staj you have, that's the birthday gift. So that's not the Christmas, that's just the little birthday gift. One that you have.
Yeah, you guys are crazy wonderful.
What color did you get? Dice.
Ooh. Oh shit.
That's amazing.
Mystery
I ordered all of the dice packets, and they were all just the silver packaging. And then I was like, and then I was like, this one goes to this person, and this one's. And I was like, we'll see when they get there.
Thank you again so much. It's fucking gorgeous.
All right. You guys ready to get into it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Let's see how well
All
these
right.
dice do, shall we?
Yeah.
So, immediately this person springs up into action. Ready for a fight. Stands there for a moment observing you all, face concealed, and immediately comes with haste towards you all. With initiative 32-20.
26.
26. 20-15. 15-10.
14.
10-5.
9.
And then Oscar with the nat 1, I believe. With this, immediately, suddenly you see this person coming to you. What do you do?
I'm going to move in front of Wimp. And then I'm going to take what is that action technically called? Sorry.
What's it do?
The dodge gives them disadvantage on attacks.
Right. All right. So all disadvantage on attacks towards you. Understood.
Yeah.
Anything else in your turn?
And then my bonus action, I'm using steady aim.
Gotcha. So for
And then
you're-
that is my turn.
All right. With this advantage, this person immediately comes up. You step in front of Wimp. They cock their head just slightly. And with that, one hand comes towards you. Kind of flat like this, kind of cupped. Comes for you with a swing. You think it's going to come impact here. But her second hand comes up and hits you right in the gut and on the neck. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Constitution.
Fucking monks.
Fucking monks. 17.
17. Fine for now. However, with that, she kind of sidesteps, brings up her leg with a crack onto you, Wimp, right behind, because she's kind of gone right between you all now.
Yeah.
And that one will hit. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
4.
4. Immediately, this one comes into a crack. The leg gets all the way up onto your neck. You feel like it's going to be more pain than it is, but instead, it's just your arm that was reaching up falls as you have been stunned with stunning strike.
Love it.
Immediately, with that, the arm will kind of come back into a fist, miss your face, Wimp, and come over back to Silny. And miss. Dodge back as the hand whoosh, right past you. That's her turn. Wimp. The disadvantage came in clutch.
So what does the
I
stun
don't think-
do? I've never been stunned
Yeah,
before.
you were stunned. Let's see. Stunned creature is incapacitated. You can't move, speak. You can only speak falteringly. You automatically fail strength and dex saves, and your attack roll is against... You can't do anything at the moment. Let me look and see if you can save on it. I don't think you can. I think it's till her next turn. So I think right now...
Yeah, until the end of her next turn.
Yeah, you're out at the moment. Dylan.
Or the start, I believe.
Hold
Yeah, I
on,
think start.
is it a feminine figure?
It is.
He slurs what a woman. That's it. That's my tune.
As the fist is heading past you to go for Sylvie. Meanwhile, Dylan and Oscar. What you got?
I'm gonna throw some ball bearings at her.
All right, go for that. What do you do for that? For ball bearings?
I don't know. I'm.
I'll pull them up. It's on roll 20. Ball bearings. As an action, use an action to spill them onto a square that is 10 feet. You spill them out. You see a lot of little metal. Ding, 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 ding. It is on gravel, so I will say the DC is a little hot, like a little easier because there's already gravel here, but still metal balls everywhere. Could end up with a slip. All right, and a creature moving across them must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or fall prone. Noted. That's your action.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. Some of them
that's it
bounce
for me.
off the roof. Ting, 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 down the street as a couple of them go. All right. With that, Oscar, it's only back on deck.
How tight-fitting are their clothes?
Their clothes? The pants are fairly baggy. The shawl and cloak are kind of loose. But the shirt, you can already see, is kind of a sleeveless crop top almost. Basically, it's just a crop top. So the stomach is currently being shown. But the pants are kind of baggier.
Can I take an action to hide?
As you can. Where you want to hide?
And Silny's head.
Yep. Make a stealth check. As the squirrel stat.
Yeah.
I think it's dex. It should be dex for them.
Dex is +1. Oh no, stealth +4. On that thing that shall we just
Nice.
go with that thing that I sent you?
Yep, that's fine for now.
Yeah.
+4 sounds about right for
Using
little squirrel.
Nice. That's right.
Nice.
Natural 20. Do you want to see it?
You hide back there in the back of in her hood at the moment. Sony, you don't even. The squirrel's left you. You think it's like it's gone. I don't even feel it at
Yeah.
the moment. Anything else, or is that your turn?
That's my turn.
You're hiding. Sony's up to you now.
All right, I am
Almost
going
between you and
to
Wimp. With everyone else kind of on your
know that I have my steady aim. I'm going to throw the hood back. So, and then like Oscar goes into the big pocket that it creates. I have my horns out, and I'm going to attempt to ram.
Okay. Is that a strength check on my part, or is that just an attack?
It's just an attack. So that is 17 to hit.
Is this a racial thing?
It's a racial.
Mm-hmm. What to hit?
17 to hit.
17 to hit. It will hit. You almost get the
Beep.
feeling, seeing this, you all get the feeling, this woman almost nearly dodges out of the way. And then halts for a second. Involuntarily pretty much lowers her AC to be like, what's happening here? And steps just a little bit back into it. Her AC seems to be higher, but she's seeing what you got.
2 damage.
2 damage. You ram her, she pushes back, you hit her right in the gut. She wasn't able to push you back in time.
And then
Does
I
this
will go
affect the ball
ahead.
bearings?
Does what with the ball bearings?
Does that affect the ball bearings?
It
What
doesn't
does?
push her anywhere.
Okay,
No,
it doesn't push her.
It's if you
No.
move across.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to, again, bonus action, steady aim, and end my turn.
Gotcha. With that, it is her turn. She's going to look at you, and instead, at this point, she will. Refreshing myself on monk abilities. She will bonus action disengage, slip under Wimp's legs whoosh, to the other side where Dylan is. Look down at you, go with an elbow down onto you, and hit. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Man, these ball bearings aren't doing anything. It's a natural 1.
She succeeded on her saving throw, unfortunately. A natural 1? Immediately,
Yeah.
like, you start to think, these ball bearings will... as you get smacked. And the other one, still only one more hit onto you. Make a Constitution saving throw. She seems to be trying to go for stunning. Rolling really well in the hits. It's more about if you all succeed or not.
Natural 1.
Natural 1?
Yep.
That is almost all of her key points. Because you can use as many as possible, but
Yeah.
that's all she's got. With that, she reels back. To clarify, what you all see, her stats are higher than you all at the moment.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
No doubt.
So she's not just like epic, she's just a higher level, it seems. And I'm surprised those hit, but those Constitution saving throws. She stops for a moment as you all are sluggishly getting back. Wimp, you're starting to feel yourself like being able to move. She takes off the hood at the moment. And what you see this, you see a half elf here. You see she has dark skin. She has like coily kind of shoulder length hair that kind of poofs out. She's currently what you see on about her. She has her left eye is brown, but what catches your attention is her right one is violet, bright violet, which sticks out quite unnaturally. Essentially, you see that she has wrappings on her hands. She's wearing that top. She has like the black baggy pants, but she has knee guards on them. She has a leather belt around the waist, and one part of it hangs down. And you do see on her back there is a short bow kind of wrapped around her back, as well as 2 sheathed sickles. Not really sheathed, but kind of just positioned back there. And she kind of stops for a moment, and she will essentially say, "Ooh, you were gonna ram me."
I did ram you.
And you all are slow. I swear there was another one of you all here. She gives a smile, and I will send a picture of her.
Did you say she was elven?
Half elven.
Half elven.
And I'll get my picture really quick. If I have it, yes. This is like, this is kind of the person, but different outfit, essentially.
This is
The loose
Brendan's
art.
skull.
Not exactly.
Agile and mobile.
Yeah.
Woman. Oh, fuck.
Right?
And she's here. She kind of takes off the hood. You can see that the hood isn't in the kind of cloak isn't really part of the outfit, but she kind of threw it on,
Cool,
possibly
she
for
looks like
show.
a Street Fighter character.
Yeah, outfit's a bit different, but the rest of her is pretty accurate. During this time, what song do I even put on here? Yeah, this is fine. She essentially kind of backs up. She gives Dylan you a little flick and like a little shake to kind of get you out of the stun. And the same for you, Sony. Sorry. I like to scare the new people who come up and find this place. You never know if anybody's gonna happenstance or is actually looking. Plus, it's fun. You rammed me.
Yeah.
You all have magic? I saw one of you all went invisible or something. You had a real tall one with you.
Well,
now look around.
she would have never seen him, would she?
She was trailing us.
He's been a...
I was a squirrel in the hood for the whole...
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Right.
Then she wouldn't have said that. Sorry,
the
I thought you
ground
went
up.
up here and then turned. Sorry, bad on my
No.
part. She would have said, "You've come this far. You've gone to the silly little lantern shop and you follow the little symbols. You come up on our roof and you mess with some bones. You've got purpose. What you need?"
Look at Silney.
My name is Silny. I
Stop
come
right
from
there.
Dolaress.
Oh, I know you. We're expecting you.
Yeah.
Trex told me to be on the lookout for you. And Julian too, but I don't really respond to his letters too much.
I wouldn't either.
Wondering if you'd show up. It's been a bit. I was hoping you'd find this way.
What was this whole
You're-
thing about a forge?
For the forge. You were instructed to go for the forge. That's right. We're not taking you back to base. We're taking you to the forge. And your lackey is here? She gives like a smile of nothing personal, but just a simple joke.
Oh yeah, lackeys.
Gil looks offended.
You're all trustworthy and whatnot.
They're trustworthy, but they are unfamiliar.
Yeah. Got something in your head.
Oscar.
A squirrel.
Nice little pet.
This- Thank you.
You're welcome.
They are trustworthy. They are also unfamiliar with what we're doing here.
Did you say familiar or unfamiliar?
Unfamiliar.
Ah. You all good with heights?
Yeah.
Higher
No.
than this.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, we're gonna have to go a little bit higher if that's all right.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Just don't slip. It's wet. I'll try to help you if you slip. I'm fast.
Okay.
I'm not lightning fast, but I'm fast. Come on. And she'll start walking. She'll step over the kind of 2-foot gap to the other roof. Head up to one of the taller ones. There's no poles anymore. It's just kind of the window kind of roofing that she very carefully steps up onto and then walks around, kind of slides against the outskirts, like kind of the ledge of a building. Don't slip. I don't like this much either.
Good look at
It's wet.
Is all this necessary? It's not like this in
It is.
Tavalis.
It'd be easier to
You
get
start
to
going?
if it wasn't. You start going?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And I will say, for the sake of brevity and to not make so many checks while looking out for another and taking your time, it's nothing too crazy at the moment. It's more just careful stepping. You're able to follow along. There's a few climbing, but it's nothing insane, like swinging up the poles or anything. And it is a slow vertical rise onto different buildings. You go up about 4 different buildings, heading up a little bit taller, about 4 stories high on one of these buildings now. As she's walking, she says, you come all the way from Tablets, right? You're part of the college, right? This is as she's like stepping around one part. Why are you all the way out here?
A job brought me out here over to this side, and I needed some help while I'm out here, and I knew that there was some contacts in the city. The little flip and catches myself.
Yeah. He's there. Did you get the thing back? I glanced over the file. You were helping someone retrieve a stolen thing.
I did, yeah. I also picked up a few other jobs on the way too. I'm sure that I'll be able to, work through that when we get there.
All right, easy. This little ledge here, this tile is slippy. Step over it. You all keep going. All right. Well, we're going to be heading to the forge, and then after that, we can take you to the tower. That's where we're all held up. Any of you live here?
Not for one.
You know Phantom Tower? When she says Phantom Tower, the name rings a bell. It is a name of an old, just an old tower here that's not much in use. It's nothing like extravagant. You've just heard the name because it's a tall tower.
Yeah, he'd probably say I've heard of it.
No, that's where we'll be. But we'll be heading next to that to the forge first because Julian has especially instructed you to check out the forge first, and then the tower. Hope you all like the city. It's not bad. As she climbs up onto a little rooftop.
That's been my assessment so far. Harpies?
Carrion snatchers aren't the best. It's so far out of the way that the casting cabinet, people who rule the place, don't really... Hey, squirrel! Here's the rattling. I'm just kidding.
He's crunching on some nuts.
Yeah, some loud nuts. I'm just kidding. She says, the cabinet harbingers are so far out of the way. There's some here, but they have taken over the last few decades. Been here for as long as I remember. They have made some deals with some clans of harpies in the Sleepkin, and now they are. She picks her hands off for a minute, and it almost looks like she might fall, but she takes her hands off to literally do air quotes from a ledge. They're reformed harpy. She does start to slip for a second. Reformed harpies, they say. They're still vicious creatures. The casting cabinet and the city guard aren't even able to go out on the Talon Spire, the tower out on the water. They just send boats out there to feed them things. They're called upon as last resorts when things get out of hand.
Guards
They were out
here?
today. Which
Yeah. There were guards here?
like city guards?
Yeah, they are the guards here.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry. She says there's a bunch of city guard. They're just the special unit, if you will, when things get hairy. There's plenty of
Why
city
were they
guard.
sent out today?
I'm gonna look
Look
over
around.
to Wimp.
With like the moment that she said they're used at last resort, he's just like, oh fuck. Like he's like, Ghost.
You know, we're almost there. I'll have to talk to some folks to let you all into the tower, though, after the forge. Usually you can bring some folks in as your plus ones, really, but right now, the Defiance is getting a little... We've had something unsettle everybody. The tower's currently under lockdown. But
Okay.
we'll make room. We're headed to the forge anyway. You eventually get pretty high up onto this large building. You actually see Phantom Tower a few buildings over. You see this large kind of Gothic tower is here. It looks not in use. And she says, all throughout that every floor, that's where we are. We don't hide down in the torrents like the rest of the thieves and whatnot. We've got this building. And you all begin to wonder how we're going to get there. And you see around this side, and she reaches over a little bit, and more of the building comes in, more of the tower comes into view, and you see a metal wire coming from the building you were on at an angle towards Phantom Tower. This is the height problem.
It's secure, right?
She holds like a metal handlebar mechanism that's here, that's currently not moving. Yeah. We haven't had an accident in a while.
You're gonna.
Don't.
Hold-
Dylan, no.
Just hold it tight. Now, you know how I said that I could catch you if you slip on those buildings? This is really far. This is like 30 feet. I won't be able to come out in the middle of the open air and save you. I can't fly or anything.
He would look
Okay.
at you, Dylan. How far are we from the...
You're like 6 stories up.
Look at Dylan. Backpack me?
You say that, and
Again, I can't carry you.
she shakes the metal coil. I should hold you. Should hold both of you. You all can go first in case something goes
First.
wrong.
Can I?
I can go first. Mhm.
Can I take out a blanket and try to like fashion myself a little basket seat
Like on Wimp or on?
on the thing?
Yeah, give you some extra
Like,
security.
make
If you still
a-
hold on to it, and you have like a little.
Yeah,
like a
hold
little
on
wrap.
to it and a wrap.
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand check.
Oscar jumps out of the hood and onto the cable and just like
17.
scrolls all the way up really, really fast. Like
Yeah,
spinning
just
around
go all-
there and yeah,
Yeah, just head all the way down to the tower.
yeah.
Well, now you gotta go.
Oh,
Your
he's
scroll's
got
over
him.
there.
Could have been.
Drew
Mm.
looks down.
You wouldn't even thought about it.
You know what? Me too. What's your sleight of hand check?
17.
17. You tie it like a little basically sash hanging down, like a little U seat, basically underneath the metal bars. All right, I'll help you in.
All right, I'm going first. Okay.
She'll help you. You made it. I wouldn't push. I'd just let it take you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna snap this back here, and then it'll let you go. It'll release you, and you'll be able to go down. You notice that it's not like a very down vertical. It's just kind of almost horizontally that kind of just barely goes down. All right. And it should catch you. You're a little small, so you might dangle back and forth just a little bit. You'll be fine. Just hold on.
Okay.
Good?
Yeah. As she unlatches it, I'm gonna be like, hey, shouldn't somebody who knows that the Spectre fights go first? And she's like already unlatching it.
She snaps it back. All right. I'm gonna need you to make me. What kind of skill would you actually like to help yourself across this? You see the squirrels down there? Oscar, you're a squirrel sitting on the wire. You certainly see the gnome coming towards you.
I guess I'm just gonna go for athletics.
Okay. It's athletic to position your body and to get into a good position to keep yourself balanced and stable. Go for it.
As it zooms towards Oscar, he'll actually jump over it and land on the cable on the other side and just stand there with his hands on his hips.
Make an acrobatics check for me as a squirrel. It's pretty good. What's your roll, Dylan?
I've got plus
6.
5 for acrobatics.
6. Okay.
Oh, 8.
8. Okay.
I rolled a 2. Oh no, I rolled a 3.
All right. So 6. As you're coming along, it's fine. It's pretty steady. It's not too jarring. Your sash that you're helping you that you're staying in basically grounds your center of gravity onto this thing. You zip, and then you see the squirrel coming, and the squirrel gets ready and jump, but the squirrel's little feet just gets a little wet on the wire and isn't able to jump over in time. What do you both do?
Can I catch him?
You can try to reach up to grab him.
Yeah.
I will say make a dex check.
7.
7?
Yeah.
All right.
Squirrel will try to like slice any part of it. The slow.
Make a dex saving throw on your part. I love it. Imagine this is how Oscar dies. Like, canon campaign, like, Oscar dies from this. Zeke had such a dramatic death, and he gets crushed and then falls.
Squirrels have advantage on all dexterity checks.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Go for it. Get that acrobatics check. The acrobatics check needs advantage then, because that's through dex.
Oh, right. Okay.
So re-roll that acrobatics to see if you get any better, and if not, make the dex saving throw.
16 plus 5. Yeah, 21.
Yeah.
The squirrel slips, and you think you're trying to catch it, and then the squirrel waits a moment, and as it's just about to hit the squirrel, just hops over gently, curls its tail around the wire, and picks back up.
As long as it needs to, and then pops down.
Yep. It's now there. And you get to the end, and you rock back and forth right at the opening of this archway. It looks like a window that has been opened for you. You hop out easy enough.
The squirrel
Pull-
will carry on following, and then jump off and just stand on Dylan's head.
Right on your head. Little feet in your hairs. Someone in here looks at you. This gentleman says, excuse me, as he reaches past and pulls a little mechanism, and it sends the handlebar back up.
I'm gonna leave the blanket on it.
Okay. That's a pretty squirrel you have.
Thank you. He's rare.
Did it just salute me?
Yeah, he's very talented.
Probably. As he looks at you. The woman says, who's next? Or me?
Go ahead if you don't want to, Lamp.
Guess well. Let's me go last. I'm happy.
Okay.
All right,
I'll
Sony.
go ahead and
You're
go.
up. ahead and make me an
So I'm
acrobatics
going to
Or whatever.
with the blanket in tow, I'm going to, rather than make it a sling, I'm going to wrap it around the bars and just create like an extended arm thing, and I'm going to wrap it around my arms.
I like it. What do you want to roll for that?
May I do a sleight of hand in order to like properly
Yeah.
tie it around?
For sure. And when go ahead, what are you going to do as well, just to speed this up? What are you going to be doing if Silny makes it over?
I don't think he's gonna trust a mechanism. I think he's actually gonna try to like.
Okay, I'll be
Yeah.
probably athletics when the time comes. Silny, what'd you get? 15. Easy enough. Comes over. You feel so secure. You unlatch. You send it back. The woman says, "You or me?"
You.
Okay. She goes, starts heading across, and she is gonna try to use the arm things that are in there as well that you made. And as she does so, she's getting a third way across, and you hear ting as a bolt flies off of it. Uh-oh. 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 As she's coming across, the thing is rickety, unstable now, but she gets across. It's all right. It's not as all right as she sends it back up to you, Wimp. Be real careful. Basically, each of these checks that you all are making isn't necessarily for you all, it's how much it's wearing it down.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna go with his plan of physically getting it across. Like
Go ahead.
it's like not
Go
a
ahead,
fucking chance.
Come on.
Go ahead and make me athletics check to get
16.
across.
Come on.
16. Slowly does it. You just kind of crawl across. That's the smart way to do it, she says. As you finally get across, this thing is... It doesn't get used as much as I had said it would. As I said it does. It gets used only when new people show up. There's other entrances. Hasn't been oiled in a while. We're good, though. You look into this... We are. You look into this small room near the top of the tower. It's small. There's a table here. There's a couple chairs. She signals to the guy. We're good for now. No one else. He closes the window, and it snaps and locks. She comes over, and she says, "All right, so to get some introductions around the way, I'm Carly Chauvin. You all know where you are, I assume?"
He'd look at Silny.
Hi, my name is Silny. We are at the Spectre's Defiance headquarters in Wrexham.
That'd be the one. So everybody...
Can I do an insight check on everybody?
Yeah, unless anybody's hiding anything in particular, unless you're revealing.
Yeah, like if they,
Squirrel's
if
harder.
there's any untoward being like cringing or whatever it is.
I was just kind
Let
of
me know the number.
I was still on Dylan's head and sort of doing the meerkat thing and just like
Yep. I mean, if you're deceiving, what's your deception? Nope, then
6.
6 for insight.
15.
I would say 11.
What do you
17.
What do you all glean? Or what does Silny glean from you all?
Wemper looks incredibly comfortable.
Dylan looks incredibly comfortable.
And there's a squirrel. What were you gonna say, Oscar?
About that.
As we're standing here, I'm just gonna be like, "Can I fix your mechanism thing?"
In a bit, yeah. When we come back, we're about to head to the Blood Knuckle Forge, but if you can, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah.
But everyone's comfortable with where you all are now that you know, because apparently it was a surprise.
Absolutely.
Happy surprise. Good.
I wanted to keep it under wraps.
That's very fair. The Blood Knuckle Forge. Here is the room we'll come back to. It's easier to get back here. The mechanism's a little easier. We're going to take one more little zip line. This one's a bit more able, has a little seat to it. It'll be fine. But this is where we'll come back to. This room, don't go through any doors without anybody's permission. This is the room that you all are allowed to be in. Let's head this way. They open up a different window. For the sake of brevity, you all zip line down. This one much more secure, as this one gets used more to Blood Knuckle Forge. You zip down to a large-looking building with pillars, near just a few buildings over. These buildings are largely obscured. They're kind of not on busy streets. You see a large-looking building, and you zip through onto the roof, and there's a window that opens, and she lets you all in. Heading down, you enter to what seems to be a dark and abandoned museum. You walk through the dark halls of seemingly tattered cloth tarps, ripped canvases, smears of oil, glass that has been shattered. As you walk, she explains that this used to be, years ago, an old museum that has since been transferred and is just here. You walk through a few halls, nothing of interest, and you get to the back door, which seemingly leads down to a basement. Alright, she opens it up, and what was a quiet, dead museum, you now hear slight cheers at the moment coming from down below. She walks down carefully, holding a lantern because it's dark, and you get to another door. You hear more cheers and kind of music coming from here now. She inserts a key, opens up, and immediately you hear the sounds of laughing and talking and chanting, and ching, and then something on metal. You hear sword on shield. You hear different. You hear what seems to be a battle, as you open up into the basement of this museum, and you open up onto a metal balcony. Many people are leaned on the edges, holding their flasks or glasses or pints. There's not too many people here. But you do see to the right, there's a makeshift table that is being used as a makeshift bar with bottles and whatnot scattered all over, and there's someone manning it. There's a few people making drinks. You look down off the balcony into the pit of this basement, and you see a small, exactly what that is a pit. You currently see two people engaging in combat in the middle of this. At the moment, you see currently, you see a half-orcish man wearing a maroon-colored leather chestplate with a brown kilt, wielding a longsword. Nothing fancy, but holds it as if it means everything to him. You also see a human man, larger than him, no shirt at the moment, scars from battle wounds, thick-plated, spiked metal bracers on his arms, and he is wielding what seems to be a pickaxe that has been sharpened down to make a battle pickaxe, essentially. As soon as you come in, Carly motions you to look over. You head over to the balcony and look down, and you catch the tail end of you see the human swing the pick across. You see the orcish man immediately duck, almost losing his balance. He uses his hands to stabilize himself, but then he uses that, now that he's low level, to push himself off the ground and basically use his head and his shoulders to tackle the man, pushing the human backwards. The orc immediately pops up and blocks the human's pickaxe. That is, he gets hit to the gut. He brings up the pickaxe, brings it down. The longsword catches it, ching, and because it's a pickaxe, it arches down. You see sparks as he gets pushed back once again. With that, the human is up. They both take a second to catch their breath, essentially. And with that, the human takes the opportunity, swings the pickaxe twice. One is unexpected. The third one comes in. The pickaxe shoots. He swings it kind of up at an angle. The pickaxe hits into the orcish man's shoulder. Blood splatters back, raining down onto the gray concrete. The orc lets out like a small wince of pain, not as much as you'd expect. He thrusts the pickaxe out of his shoulder and backs up. The human, reveling in his accomplishment for a moment, clangs his bracers together. Ting, ting! The people that are in here, not quite a crowd, but enough, chant at that, seemingly to be a recognizable thing with this person. With that, the orc steps forward, taking the moment, brings down the longsword. The pickaxe catches it. The metal handle, ching, blocks it. Sparks fly up. With that, the sword reels back, doesn't change, comes back harder. The human's arms holding the pick, blocking it, straining, essentially. The human will pull back the pickaxe and go for two swings, left and right. Once again, the orc blocks it. Once again, the orc seems to have learned his rhythm. It is basically draining the human's fatigue. 3 swipes, all of them blocked. This guy is getting fatigued. He steps back. At this point, the orc uses that opportunity to rush forward, shoves the guy backwards, and comes down with a hard slash with the longsword across the chest, literally cutting a dark, probably deeper than it meant to have been for a casual fight. Blood splatters downwards. A lot of from people around here up on the top. And then immediately you see the orc almost hesitate for a minute, realizing he might go too far, and then takes the sword, and shoves it into his abdomen, the human's abdomen. You hear the leather, actually he's shirtless at the moment, you hear just flesh pierce. A gruesome sound. Immediately a couple people open up like a cage from down below and like, nope, stop, basically bringing and calling in the fight, saying that the orc has won. The human kind of nods, and as he's holding his wounds, immediately starting to be cared for, the human puts his hand on the orc's shoulder, gives him a nod of congratulations, saying you beat me basically, and then huddles off. And you hear one person who's up here, nothing official. You just see a guy basically holding wearing like basic leather armor and holding a pint. You see a guy who seems to have been leading this fight for the night up on the balcony. He says, "Hellslog has won another. Drinks to him." Very casually, as this happens often, as this man named Hellslog has won again. You catch the tail end of that fight. Hellslog.
As it gets brutal, Oscar jumps off of Dylan's head onto Silny, scampers up and hides in the hood again.
Okay. Noted. A few seconds pass and the battle's over. Carly leans. Blood Knuckled Forge. It's not the best, it's not the most formal, but it's a fun little thing to win some money, do some gambling, and to let people steam out.
Yeah, it makes
Is
a
it
little bit more
gambling?
sense now.
What'd you say, Dylan?
I was like, did you say gambling?
On the fights. Yeah.
Damn. Yeah,
Pick a winner.
I'll take it.
This is where you were supposed to come. You're free to, as far as I know, we can chat here, we can go back to headquarters, you can engage in some fights. I'm all yours now. You were told to come here, and you found us.
Really, you
She's
wanted
talking.
me to be here?
Yep. Thought you'd like it, or at least be interested. This is something to do while your time in the city. She goes over and orders basically a bottle of beer and hands him a copper. You
You guys want to watch some fights? Join some fights?
I won't
If not, we can
join.
talk as well.
Silny and go, whatever you want, boss. He'd grin.
There's some angry rustling from your hood.
We can also
Um,
talk, and we don't have to engage in fights. This is just place is here in case you all need some money to made in desperate times.
Yeah,
We can get to know each other.
let's do that.
All right. She kind of pulls you all over to a part of the balcony on the left that no one really is. Many more fights will come after like about 5 minutes. While you all are getting your drinks and coming over, you see that next up, the announcer says, "All right, we have returning Lady Refran," and you see this human woman wearing very beaten and old Harbinger armor coming up with Harbinger sword and shield. And she has a Harbinger tattoo on her neck as well. Seemingly a former member. Maybe current, as she steps forward and he says, "Gonna be fighting Notodram." And you see now a male elf kind of wander, and he has long hair tied back. And he's currently wielding 2 daggers, quite long, and green accents on the blades.
We'd take out the stone from episode 2.5. That Dylan had bet him, and he would go on the girl.
Yeah.
So who's betting what? Who's on who?
Essentially, like he is betting the rock, saying the girl will win.
Gotcha. All right. During this, they begin to engage in brutal combat, essentially, as you all begin to talk. She says, basically exchange names if anybody does so. And she'll say, I can answer any questions. I'm sure you have a lot, Silny, and I'm sure you all probably have some too. I can give as much as I can.
Eavesdrop, but he would mostly be paying attention to the fight just because he's Silny's deal. But he is 100% eavesdropping.
Right, fair.
You're
You're
muted.
muted.
You're muted. We can hear
Bread lady.
you. That goes so fuck.
I don't know about questions, but I think I get the gist so far of this city. City. We're here looking for information, at least I am, rather than just reporting in and the jobs that I've completed and everything.
Mm-hmm.
We seem to have crossed ourselves in a dire situation. We seem to have also ruffled some feathers with other people. And I'd just like to get information.
All right. What exactly are you looking for? I'm sure we can. I should warn you, depending on that information, if it is more logged, it'll take a little bit of time. We have, depending on what it is, you ask first. What information are you looking for? She watches the fight as well.
A man who is after something that we have. His name is Carlisle Lenarcy.
She thinks for a moment.
He's an apple farmer, not farmer, but manor owner out in a field above Brexham, or not Brexham, Bowcaster. He's contracted a few mercenaries, at least this time, to come and attack us on our journey here.
Watch, she's leaning on the bars, watching the fight, but she takes a drink. Glances at you, showing that she's listening. The name rings a bell, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Anything we know about him? What kind of stuff do you want on him?
I want to know if he contacted us, if he's working through us, and potentially any dirt on him, something that's going to make him stop coming after this item.
From what I remember hearing the name, it doesn't sound like anybody we've dealt with, but it sounds like we have information on the guy. I'll see what I can find about that. Noted. Carlisle Lenarcy. Sounds like a prick.
He is.
Mhm.
There also seems to be, I'm gonna look over to Wimp. Of an arcane nature, an issue that seems to be tying both myself and Wimp here.
Obviously, he's dropping.
Yep.
Mhm. That's a little bit out of our wheelhouse, from what I know.
Yeah. I figured. Just thought. Shot in the dark. May as well ask.
Though we might have someone who can help you, depending on how serious it is. We may have someone we know of. Okay. Anything else? To go over it all.
I'll look over at Dylan as well.
See, she's basically making a bullet points in her head, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking for a person as well. Their name is Jules Amplin. Went missing 6 years ago, and I'm using the question towards Dylan.
I'll nod.
6 years ago, Jules Amplin missing. You know where?
Initially from the town of Ericad. Okay.
I don't even know where the hell that is. Noted. Arcad. 6 years ago. Anything else?
The family has been consistently receiving ransom notes, not asking for anything, but more along the lines of saying we still have her, of that sort. The last time they left an item. There's a emerald mask, and I'll go ahead and pull that out, or whoever has that, I'll ask for to show it.
That'll be Dylan's.
Yeah.
Reluctantly, she would pull it out.
At this point, you all see that at the moment, behind you all, Lady Raffron has one.
Woo!
In the back. At that point, you see that Carly turns away, puts her back onto the railing and to look at you all now that the fight is over. Okay. That's a lot. Making those mental notes, that makes it a lot more interesting. Ransom notes. That's quite a few questions.
That's all I have for you, though. Besides, potentially it would be very nice to get back to Tavalis as fast as we can after we've thoroughly investigated that.
We can set you up with a caravan.
Do we know of anything faster?
We aren't armed with any magical, like, flying creatures or anything of teleportation circles, not here. Though we do know of one. We do know of them that we have wormed our way into before, in desperate times. I can't promise that's an option, though.
I mean, if you want to give us the information, I'm sure that we'd love to hear it.
Well, first off, I don't know a lot already. I'll have to dig into these things. I don't have a lot in the old noggin on all of this off the top of my head. You said you have some kind of connection with you both. What is that? Is it? You said it's magical based. Is it good, bad?
So I'm gonna look at Wimp also for some help to explain it.
It's bad. Not by choice.
Like abilities or like sickness or?
We've come to notice that whether we're apart or together, one of us may die.
She finishes her beer. That's big. Julian and Trek said you were coming possibly just looking for work, and now you're on death's door?
Yeah, lots happened on this journey.
It sounds like it. If you're looking for medical help, Atwood Sanitarium, probably the best place for that. Might be pricey. We don't have too many magical doctors or healers in our. We have some general clerics, but I could take a look. But if you've come this far, that's probably something that's already crossed your mind.
That will be.
She leans in closely. The one part that I can refer you to, if you go to the sanitarium, they can probably help you. Only talk to Dr. Teth.
Do you know
Can't
them
trust
now?
anybody else. We know that he's good. The other ones, if this is something you want to keep secret, you don't want to tell them. Dr. Teth works for the people, not for the cabinet. All those other ones, keep it with Teth if you go.
Okay.
And if he refuses, just tell him that the Defiance sent you.
Okay.
As for this Jules person and all of this, she kind of gives it like a look for a minute. I know that you were sent, and you know Trex, you know Julian, which doesn't help the case very much, and I know you're part of us and everything. But this ain't Tavalis. This isn't home. Information will cost here. You lend a hand, and we scratchbacks, essentially. Because we can
Absolutely.
look, it just makes it harder. We have digging information right now is going to be a journey on its own, and someone's going to have to do that, probably me. Our archive room, she almost looks kind of like a laugh, like it kind of almost as if it's a joke, like it's kind of just how did it happen? We had our archive room get broken into, and we. Oh, matters gone.
You're good.
Oh, okay. She says, we had our archive room broken into where we keep all our files, our documents, our contracts, information on people, everything. It's a big room. This place is well guarded. It's in Phantom Tower. It got broken into a few days ago. Trashed. It shouldn't have been possible. We found a few people, a few specters, asleep, unharmed. We found 3 dead. Things were
What kind
taken
of
at
attack?
random. We don't know. The guards that were down there are either dead or asleep. We just see the remnants of it. The people that were killed look like they were mauled by a goddamn bear. The archive room is trashed, deliberately thrown around. What was taken, we can't even figure that out yet. We're trying to organize it to figure out what missing pieces are even gone. They seem to have trashed it to prolong our finding about what was taken. I'm sure
Seems
there's
like it was
information down
important
there.
then.
It seems. Our presence here in the city is not a secret. Everybody knows. The cabinet knows. We all know. Most people know we're here. Someone found the tower. Someone found a way in. Someone managed to slip past guards, take a few out, and then trash the place and take what they needed. We know a lot of stuff's missing. They must have taken at least a bag full of papers. That's why I say lend a hand, because it's going to lend a hand and that'll buy the information, the time it takes to sort through all this junk to find possibly some things on what you're looking for. Are you all up for a job at some point throughout the week?
We can do that.
She thinks for a minute. Hold on. She goes over and talks to someone. You see this guy is currently holding a pint, watching the fight. She goes over and talks to him for a few moments, almost as if discussing, and then comes back. And she says, she's essentially, you all good at, being fast?
I am.
The job that we may have for you to maybe buy some information in exchange, to kind of, it's more to show people here that earn some respect, and they will be more likely to let you all in to build to the other rooms and into the archive room, or at least to find that information. To show that you all are worth that time. There's a job that is not quite a sneak in, sneak out. It is a moving target. Something was stolen from some other thieves, and we're going to take it. We usually don't surround ourselves with petty thievery. We're kind of beyond that nowadays. We do more extravagant and complicated jobs, but this is one we can't pass up. We have a report from a source that a box of residuum was stolen and is going to be heading out of the city. Probably in the morning.
Very slowly. Fuck is residual.
Magic powder.
Fucking magic. He goes right back.
She says,
Yeah, that's important.
it was stolen. And if we manage to take it, it's less of a trail on us. Because we're stealing from people who stole it. It's heading out on a wagon from these thieves, heading out of the city on the mire tomorrow. Our sources told us a time, essentially, on where it's going. The wagon needs to keep moving. If you stop the wagon, guards will see you out on the mire. We need people to go out there, intercept it, through whatever means. Don't kill them or anything. We don't need to leave too much of a trail. Whether stopping them very shortly, intimidating them, whatever you need, we need that box of residuum. Because we can make some good things out of it.
Okay.
And you would know that she's referring to Sood.
Yep.
You don't have to. We can find something else for you. But to get information at a quicker pace, that'll earn some respect.
I'll look towards the group. Look at the squirrel. Is that something you want to do? Catch and retrieve? Okay.
You all can roleplay and talk. I'm really worried about this session. You guys are not really talking much to each other.
We're listening, and it's Silny's
I was
show.
just about to say,
I
yeah,
know,
that's the biggest thing. Is like,
you're
now
a
Whip's
party
like,
as well.
now
I
Whip
feel
is
like no
100%
one's-
like, this is
I feel like
Silny's
everyone's
thing,
so
I'll follow.
bored.
Oh
No,
my
we're
god,
not.
what are you
We're
talking
not
about?
It's so
I know, just
interesting.
Everyone's so quiet.
You're
I'm
absorbing.
a squirrel.
I know.
I'm a squirrel.
You chose to be a squirrel.
I'm fine being a squirrel.
All right, just making
But
sure.
in reality, if I wasn't a squirrel, Oscar wouldn't say anything because he doesn't terribly agree with any of this, but he's supporting Silny, so he'd be quiet anyway. So
Fair. Just making sure, because
don't
no one's really
worry.
talking too
Never.
much.
No,
don't ever worry.
I'm about to say.
I'm really interested in it.
I'm about to say, yeah, like it's like Skyrim when you first meet Guild, like where you're all
Yeah.
sitting there and that, like I'm
It's
literally
like
just
that.
like, this is cool as fuck.
The thing is, as well, the three of us, we're somewhat out of our depth. Like,
I'm about to say,
we know about it,
God,
but we
so
don't.
our element.
This is our first brush with this world, and so we're leaving Silny to steward the way through it.
Right.
Don't worry.
So what do you tell Carly?
We'll take the job.
All right. It'll be in the morning, fairly early. Dawn.
Oscar burrows further into the hood, and like maybe jabs a nail into Silny.
You all are free to handle it. And she tells you the location and the time. This is not too much pressure. We really would like that. No one's going to get mad at you for it. It'll earn you some respect, though. Only good can come from it. Because people have heard your name, a few of them here, and now it'll show that you do know Trussard and Trex. And then we can start working on information. We can get some people who will be willing to spend hours murking through all the paperwork if you get this back. They'll be high on Sood. They can spend hours looking through all that paperwork.
I'm gonna crack
like a
my
plan, then.
fingers, and I'm gonna be like, I've done hard time. This will be a breeze.
Don't go to jail. We don't want any of you all to go to jail.
Yeah, not again.
Can I-
Feeling like,
Can,
They almost didn't catch me the first time.
can a squirrel make an insight check?
I mean, it's your mind. Yeah, it's your
Does-
Go for it.
Does Squirrel Oscar believe Dylan?
Yeah, it's your mindset. So yeah, go ahead and make an insight check and make a persuasion or deception.
25.
Nice.
18.
That passes. What does Oscar
Have you
do?
done hard time?
Yes, she has. It depends on how much you'd call hard time.
does she believe in
Was
hard
it
time?
like a really hard half day
Yeah.
of time?
Then yeah.
Yeah. Either way, she believes that she did. All right. And hey, I hope.
The squirrel gives you a look as if to say, "I'd like to discuss this at some stage."
I have noted this.
Yep.
Oscar, remember this.
I have a question.
This
for
girl
a
does that
canon.
while looking at me.
Yeah, I have a canon and thing that's really important to discern here. If the frog had your beard, is the squirrel now completely hairless because you're bald?
It's covered in like his stubble has come back
Stubble.
quite because he's
Ooh,
Dumb.
it's a little mole
It's
rat.
a little
stubbly,
cute
it's a
fucking
stubbly
squirrel.
That's
And not just
disgusting.
that, but his stubble, I didn't mention it, and you may not have noticed it, but it's got like a green tinge to it. his beard and his hair, and it looks a little like grass.
It's growing back a little
What
bit
the
like grass.
fuck?
This little ball sack back here gives you a little sad look.
green tint.
Yeah.
It's a naked
Anyway.
mole rat. Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
no one's got it.
That's disgusting. Carly says, I hope I haven't thrown a lot onto you all, by the way. Especially since some of you are new here. Or you, because this is different than the sanction in Tavalos. Hopefully it's a good entry. Hope you have a place to make money, either gambling or fighting. You will be able to use the facilities if you do this job. Even if you fail, it'll show that you're interested. You can use the facilities in the Phantom Tower, and we'll get you that information as much as we can. The magical stuff, we ain't probably got that. Dr. Teth. The rest of it is Amplin, and what else? Is that all? That's all then.
Carlisle.
Carlisle. We'll find information on them. We'll at least know if we have it or not.
Okay.
And that's an answer in itself.
Do you also want me to report to you for the previous jobs that I've done on the way?
Oh, you can. Don't think I'm a babysitter or anything. I am your guide into the
Liaison.
Brexon. Yeah. Someone had to greet you. I'm the greeter at the door.
Liaison.
Okay.
Yeah, we got you.
She doesn't know much what to say. It's basically I hope this isn't embarrassing for you or for me type deal of basically what it is. But she says it'll be fine. I'm sure we'll get to know each other well.
To shuffle through my bag then. Take out the contract from Miram. I'm also going to take off the medal from Ericad. And then I'm going to not take it out completely of the pamphlet that I had, but I'm going to flash the coin and throw it back in, and then just pack it into my bags and everything.
Nice. She doesn't seem to recognize anything about it, but she just probably acknowledges as, oh, you got the thing.
We've completed a few jobs, whether we were tasked to or not. This contract from Miram.
I know him. I recognize his name. He's down at the Roebuck.
Yeah.
Do you know who he's
Yeah.
with? It's an interesting one.
I don't know, actually.
Not with us or anything. He's with the Guild of Grit, if you know them. Bunch of old, washed-up adventurers. They're nice enough.
Yeah.
We haven't
That's
worked
what he
together.
gave
We have. She smiles, not in like an angry way, but just a literally casual way. They've butted heads with the Defiance before, not in harmful ways. Just two different means, sometimes after the same jobs. Double dipping.
So we completed a job for him involving the Andravi family. We had retrieved something that they had lost. Another retrieval job. Contract was completed, payment was made. And then this medal that we retrieved from Eritad, we had helped the city from a pestering wyvern, and also they had some issues with rats infesting their field that happened to be controlled by this old ass dude in a cave. I'm gonna look at Wimp.
Oh,
This is the
And
shit that
kinda
happens when
like-
you all walk across the shawl? She just looks almost
What?
bewildered at the story.
Walk, John, just happens, I guess.
I gotta get out of these stupid cities more.
There's a lot to do out there.
It seems like it. She examines it all. Puts it down. If you've already been paid for it, I don't know if we have much to offer to you, but I'm sure this will, in the right eyes around here, add to that winning over, if that makes sense to everybody. This is good to know.
That's something that I wanted to report.
It's good work out there. And we'll add this to our once cleaned up archives. She jots it down,
Okay.
taking note of everything.
Do you guys have any questions?
I can answer
Almost.
anything. Some things.
Okay. Just gonna look a little defeated every time Wimp says
He says,
it.
looks like this is your show. Shall I
think
sign
that's
you
it.
all on as your compatriots?
Compatriots. Yes.
She jots that down as well in the paperwork.
That won't come.
We may be a lot of things, but we are well documented. For the most part. Just jots it down. Anything else with
Alright.
Carly?
I think that's it.
What do you all do?
Nothing else we need to bring up?
I don't think so.
Well, Carly, it was a pleasure to meet you.
It is a pleasure. Hopefully we can, depending on how long you're here, get to know each other a bit more, figure out some things, shit talk some people in the Defiance that we know. Take a break every now and then.
Okay.
I'll be either here or back up at that top of the Phantom Tower. Also, I will give you an easier entrance. She writes on a piece of paper.
I would really like that.
Thank you.
And we don't have to go through
Yeah.
that all the time. It's a
Uh-huh.
challenge so that we know if people are dedicated on finding us. Now that you have proved that you are, easier to come in and out. We have a front door. She hands you the note. That seems to have a password.
A little head pops out behind Silnies and gives her a little salute and then scurries back in.
Creepy little fuck.
I've decided that when Oscar is an animal, he will take on more of the animal's demeanor rather than Oscar's.
Love it.
So as a
Good.
squirrel, he's like a little pain in the ass.
I love it.
He's like Tax.
Yeah, he's become
He's
Tax. What do you do?
Are we done here?
How much is it to fight?
Carly will say, it's free. You might earn some in the time. That's why it's always good. If there's people betting on you, there's always money to be made.
I mean, I'm feeling a little bright-eyed. Bushy-tailed. I'm like, my little friend here. I'm gonna look at
Literally no.
Stealthily squirrel?
Yeah. Yeah.
who do I talk to?
Yep. If you're going to fight, you find out that you can go doing single fights or duo fights right now. And right now you can fight. Currently, if you're doing duos, you can fight the Sicken Slice, which is a duo of two people. You can fight. At the moment, the only fighters here at the moment, kind of getting healed up and going back in, is Notre Dame, which is the elven man who was there fighting Lady Rafran, the former Harbinger member.
Whilst you're deciding, Squirrel's gonna climb out of Silny's hood and jump onto Wimp's shoulder and burrow and zip into his backpack and get in the bucket. And then with a little squirrel fingernail on the inside of the bucket, he's gonna scratch, keep listening, improve manners, and then very, very small, so it's imperceptible to only squirrel finger eyes. Sorry, very tiny, and then he's gonna just scramble
You
out.
find that it doesn't leave any words, but probably the shape of it gets the message across as you do so. All you'll hear in your head as you go out is very vaguely in the back of your little squirrel brain. Are you having a fight, Sony? Is anybody else fighting?
Yeah.
No, fuck no, Wimper is not fighting.
Go on, Dylan.
I don't have any battle spells.
I'll do a single. I'll do a singles fight.
All right, who do you want to fight? Notre Dame or Lady Refran? From watching them, you see that Lady Refran uses a longsword and armor and a shield, while Notre Dame uses more light weapons and seems to be more longer style. Two different styles, basically.
Let's go with Notre Dame.
All right. After a few moments of gathering, you'll find that the announcer says, "All right, we have Notre Dame, and we have fighting. What's your name?"
Silney.
Oh, better.
Still need the Wayfarer.
The Rammer! The Rammer!
We have the Rammer.
Ramrod! Car Ramrod!
All right, go ahead and place your bets. And the cages will basically open. Mm-hmm.
I'll look at Wimp and I'm gonna be like, should I bet on her?
Like, do you believe she'll win?
I don't know who's gonna win, man. I don't.
Because I don't know, but that dude, like, if I had a cathedral, I'd name it that.
You cannot. Are you staying in the back of the hood, or are you back? You're back there. Yep. All right.
This kid, the people behind you going, that bloke's got a ball bag on his shoulder.
Yeah,
It's like some weird growth.
for sure.
Wimp would say, if you bet for her, I'll bet against her, so we can...
All right, yeah. 10 gold.
Oh shit.
10 gold!
As you all do so, Carly comes up behind you. 10 gold on her as well. As she's walking back. Make insight checks real quick. Meanwhile, you are coming down. You see that opening the cage, you watch as Notre Dame, this elf with the hair kind of pulled back, kind of shortened sleeve, but armor here. The sleeves have been cut to be kind of shorter. He walks past you and gives you a nod as he enters the cage first, as he seems to have been known more. Then afterwards, the announcer lets you in. What'd you both get?
10.
14.
10? 14? For Dylan. When she says that, there's almost a lingering on Silney. That's all. Just a lingering.
As soon as she walks away, I'm gonna like lean over to Wimp and I'm gonna be like, I think Carly's in love with Silney.
Lean over and he'd be like, you know what? I can see, I'd ship it. Like, if they were...
I would ship it too. I mean,
Looks between them.
Such gossipers.
They 100% are. They
Oh fuck.
With that,
Yeah.
yep.
I'm gonna take off the coat that I got and everything just so I'm back into the normal traveler's clothes.
All right. With that, you hear the gate kind of clang behind you and lock. As you were let in, you see Notre Dame look at you and be like, he gives a very rough kind of bow, basically. He's been through the ringer today. He's kind of has taken little breaks and whatnot and been patched up, and he's like, I got a lot of money to make today. Come on.
Is he just doing a bow or anything? Not any.
Yeah, just a bow
Okay.
at the moment.
Yeah.
With that, roll initiative. All right, you're up.
Take out pea shooter.
You do so, and you hear a lot of people say, Rammer! A lot of people are saying, Notre Dame, and you pull it out, and everyone just goes, it just falls silent. What is that? She's got a steel pipe!
Use it.
She's got a passion with it! Yeah.
He would move his hands up, preparing himself to cover his ears. Because that small metal area, oh god, it's gonna be loud.
Luckily, you're in a basement, though, so the city up above shouldn't be able to hear it.
He like presses, like, oh fuck.
Okay. Fucking. I love everything.
What'd you get?
I got a natural 1 in this virus.
You. What does pea shooter say when you misfire?
Fuck.
It's so good. D&D, man.
I take a d6 of fire damage, so it backfires.
So, you see Silny pull it out, and people are saying, like, bash him, thinking it's a steel pipe. You hold it up, close an eye, still trying to get the hang of this thing, confidently pull the trigger back. You all see, like an old camera, a black plume of smoke, come up with a loud noise, just boom, rings out. Everyone, like, kind of, like, holds their ears and ducks. Everybody falls silent as there's just a little ray of smoke and fire flame just whoosh, wave onto you, and just black smoke fumes from it.
Does Silny still have eyebrows?
There would be a
Yeah.
pause before
She doesn't.
fucking would just be like, yeah, Rammer, go in with a bang, like
Amazing!
There's-
Silny, roll for her eyebrows.
oh, God.
The DC is 13.
Oh, no. You do see Carly say, who was behind you? What the fuck was that? And at that moment, the guy, Notodrom, had just, like, shielded himself. He's like, what the?
Get me distracted.
Throw pea shooter down and then grab the rapier.
Ladder burn marks.
And then use my bonus action to steady aim.
Steady aim. All right. You see that it's now, like, there's some bits that are, like, bent backwards, basically, that if something is blown through it, you don't have Tinkerer's tools, so it's just
Nope.
throw it back. Feel the scorches on you.
I would also like to
So good.
a 13 for deception to be like, yeah, that was supposed to happen.
He's just cowering. You see what confidence he had is now, like, holding his daggers, like he was gonna just run up and go really quickly towards you, and now he's like coming very carefully and looking around like, what the hell does she have up her sleeve? As he comes up, he's like, and he comes up and he will try. You see him come up for a swipe, but he sees it again and sees the smoke still coming from your back at the moment and kind of stops for a minute. He misses, but I flavor it as because he's a little scared at the moment as there's still like a singe on the side of your face just for a moment as it filters out, and that's all he's got right now. Then he's like, I ain't nothing, as he's reeling back of his turn. Basically, can't do too much.
I'm
Your
gonna
turn.
whisper over to Wimp, and I'm just gonna be like, you know, I would heal, but that's a little unsportsmanlike.
I'm gonna hit him with the rapier.
He'd lean over.
Potentially.
Like, I mean,
Go for
at
it.
this point, let's just hope that she's done enough damage to herself, and that's the only damage she does.
I mean,
Fine.
You hit. Roll damage.
15 to hit, okay. With all the sneak attack.
Are you doing lethal or non-lethal?
Oh, lethal. Right.
Are you going to kill?
If it like knocks him down, like I'm not trying to kill him, but I am
right.
going for getting
Right,
him
gotcha.
down.
Okay, yeah, that's
Understood.
sorry. I was seeing if you were trying to kill him. I got you.
Non-lethal
No,
in the
no.
end, but whatever means necessary to get him down.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right.
14.
14 damage. After that, as he's recoiling away and pulling his daggers back up, you come in. What do you do? How do you hit him? Because you definitely do.
This isn't gonna take him down, right?
Nope, he's still up.
Okay. Yeah, then
Yeah.
I'll go for like I'll go and look like I'm going for the shoulder and then turn it, and then it's gonna go towards the belly, and give a pierce.
All right. As he immediately kind of jumps backwards, pulling himself off the sword, he comes down with a swipe, and you immediately flourish it back up, ching, onto the blade as he misses.
I have advantage on that too. It's same roll.
Oh yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
gotcha.
And and then I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna stand there and just like wave it around a bit in his face and be like, "Come on!" And
you do so, and you
egg him
catch
on a
his
little
dagger.
bit.
Yeah, he comes up, and you're swashing it around, and you're kind of slow movements of the rapier, speed up and catch it and deflect the dagger, missing his attack. Your turn again. He's rolling like shit.
Rapier.
We can rapid fire this. 19, go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, fucking shit. 16 damage.
16 damage. He's looking real bad. As he's here, you get him again. As he backs up. Ah, you're so fast. Jesus. He doesn't say Jesus, but he says some type of exclamation. He says,
I've had some training.
Yeah. Yeah. That thing on your back there, it's going up in flames. Careful. He tries to get you to look behind him, but he's like, ah, as he comes up for another hit. He'll hit for the first time.
Okay.
You'll take 6 slashing damage, or piercing damage, as he brings down the dagger, and with his left hand, he misses with his second dagger. He nicks you on the left shoulder, but then you bring up the rapier and just gently move it out of the way, missing second attack. Your turn again.
I'm going to initially use my bonus action to disengage, move around the arena, just like looking at everyone and holding the rapier up, and then I'm going to come back in and attack him.
Ooh, go for it. He's like very on guard, like looking back, holding the knife as you quickly move around.
Hit.
A 10. This time he actually blocks it. You come in for it, and he just barely moves the daggers to catch it. I can be fast too. He moves them down, and will go for an attack on you. He'll get another hit. 6 damage.
Get it, bud.
He catches it, moves the daggers down, brings in a dagger onto your right side, comes in with the left with his bonus action and misses. As he gets another hit, you're just able to react to move the rapier again. Your turn.
Lean over and be like, he's gonna hit a lot more.
Yeah.
That guy. Nope, not again.
Yep. Bring up the dagger, and this time he kind of uses a bracer to move it down, come in with an attack. It's a miss. Same roll twice. This guy cannot. My dice are not working. He blocks your attack, then comes in. 2 swipes of the rapier block it. He sees now the crowd is beginning to take interest. You all notice of someone who's fought for a while now. Probably not their best fighter, but still someone who's won quite a bit of fights is now not landing any hits on this newcomer. 17 to hit.
17 total
damage.
for 16 damage.
How do you want to take him down?
I know it's not like a killing blow or anything, but I just want to take the rapier, and I know like he's getting down. I'm going to go and slash at his face and leave like a scar there.
Yeah. Blood splatters a little bit onto your chin from this. As he just is too tired to keep it up. He just falls down to the ground holding his face. As he's taken too much. After that, the announcer quickly comes in just to make sure. All right, we have the rammer as a winner, newcomer.
Rapier up and
You didn't even ram him. You hear someone up there.
She doesn't even go here.
But with that, after getting out, the guy walks slowly past you, holding his face. You're fast. You got a weird,
fight.
explosive shit too. Wasn't a good
I had
fight
to try
not
it.
for me, but good for you.
I'm at half, so I'm lower. I've got 12 hit
not
points
bad.
left.
That's true, yeah, because you had
Yep.
lower hit points than him to begin with. With this, you will make probably throughout this, for the people who did some official betting, probably 14 gold on this fight. Because not a lot of people here, but there's enough people who are putting in some gold. You make 14 gold from this. and you all
Wow.
have your little personal bet that you three have with Carly. You have your little personal bet. When you come up, Carly says, that's what I'm talking about, making that entrance and getting known. It's a good start. What the hell was that at the beginning?
An intimidation tactic.
It worked on more than him. There's a lot of people around here now that it worked on. I'm heading back.
Thanks.
Stuck around for the one show. Keep it up if you wish. If not, you know where to find me. I gotta go start dealing with boring shit. She grabs one more drink, hands the gold. She'll take her part of the gold.
Yeah.
That she won. And then she'll head off. And, yeah. What do you all do?
You know, I think I would have made a lot more money if I had won.
If you did, what happened?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
He would give you 5 gold and be like, "What are you talking about? You did."
Exactly.
Oh my god. He would fucking just smack the top of Dylan's head.
What was that, Oscar?
As you guys are talking about that, Oscar, in an actual Oscar form, walks over and sits down next to him as a squirrel. He'd like nip around the corner and unwild.
Yeah.
But once Carly had left.
Mm-hmm.
So Carly still hasn't seen Oscar before.
Right.
And he'll look at you.
Spit off my face.
Look at Silny.
This is after Carly's left? Or before, did you say?
After.
Oh, after, just making sure.
Carly's left.
Yeah, Carly's-
Look
yeah.
at Silny. Miss Silny, what happened to your eyebrows? And then
Gonna do a quick
I'd
pat.
look at the pit and say, I've been thinking, I would like to take this test.
You want to fight?
You want to fight?
I want to test myself, yes. I figured that we've been getting into some scrapes, and I'm far unfamiliar with it. So in a controlled environment, it makes sense to practice.
I mean,
Also, I don't think that my tricks are the best way to approach it in this environment. So, hand-to-hand combat, and he'd look quizzically at Silny, whether that's the right term, is something that I need to get better at,
You want to brawl?
if that's what you call it. Sure. Should I do this thing?
you'd look at Silny. It's outside my wheelhouse.
So you're not a fighter. Do you want to?
That's sort of the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
Oscar will stand up and start taking his jacket off, and
we could all, like, fight each other.
and his scarf, and button his shirt, and underneath he's got his leather armor on. He's fucking ripped. That's like, super fucking ripped for such a calm, docile dude. Where do I need to go, Miss Silny?
I'm going to direct him to the game master down there.
Mm-hmm.
My friend here, I don't know if you have anybody else to fight, but do you do bare knuckle?
We do. We
I
have the
have
people
my
willing.
water staff with me.
Do you actually want to use weapons?
Well, this is what I'll have with me. I'm testing myself and trying to improve Miss Silny, so it stands to reason I'd have this with me, I hope.
Do we have anybody for that?
We have Lady Refron, if you can persuade her to get back in. Or if any of you are willing to get in there.
I'm a little bit bruised and bloodied from the last one, so.
Wimp would roll his shoulders. It's like, if you want someone to fight against, like, I'm gonna swing hard, but
So be it.
fucking say less. Where it was like, I'm gonna get my ass kicked.
See the guy take a metal bar and clang on the fence. All right, we got someone else. We got another fight. A surprise one. We got
Wimp.
a wimp.
Hell yes! Delicious.
So, just a confusion. And we got.
Oscar Bucera.
Oh, but that's a show name.
That's my name.
Gotta rile the crowd up. Hurry, we're losing them.
The squirrel.
Wait, what did Sonny say first?
The Beast Man.
We got the Beast Man.
You'll need me soon. That's not my name.
The Beast Man and a little wimp over here. And you hear like a few people laugh. All right, get in there. Put on a good show.
A little wimp. Are y'all going in without armor?
Oh yeah, like if he would have taken off his armor, 100% Wimp would have.
Okay.
Wimp probably would have taken off his fucking tunic. Like, oh yeah,
Bare chested.
pretty
Both of
fucking
you.
much. He's like, if they're gonna fucking fight, like let's fight. Oh god.
All right.
So
You're all heading.
yeah, we head in, and as they're sort of in the pit, and the door's being locked. Oscar will walk up to Whimper and put his hand out,
Oh yeah, he'd shake his.
check, and he'll pull him in and say, "Thank you for doing this with me, my friend." And he'll shake himself off, and he'll do like the Queensbury rules.
Yeah. As they're stepping in, yeah, Street Fighters just back and forth.
Let's see what you got, Johnny.
Yeah. Gonna have a wallop. You hear someone beside you, Dylan, walk by you. Where'd your old squirrel go? Did you lose it?
He's just taking a nap.
Okay, I saw the little guy. I brought him a little piece of cheese. This guy just hands you a piece of cheese that he got.
I'll give it to him.
Like, there's a fight going, and he comes over and goes over to the little fence.
I'm gonna go to the bar and grab 2 beers. And
So
one to
I've-
Dylan.
I've got my quarterstaff.
Nice.
So have you got your halberd?
I mean, yeah, if he wanted to do by weapons, yeah, he would do halberd.
Yeah. The point is he wants to practice because he doesn't
Learn how to
fight
use the weapons.
hand to hand.
Go ahead and make initiative rolls. As you all get in, the door locks behind you all. People are looking. Some people have left, but there's still somewhat of a crowd here. As the main fights are over, you all were like the last surprise round. As there's still some people here, more interested if like these newcomers are gonna fight another. That's hilarious, is what these people up top are saying.
Yeah.
Roll initiative.
17.
Well, and I feel like we have to, like, put something down, right?
12.
We're obligated
Yeah.
to.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. We are talking
I mean-
betting, aren't we?
Yeah, oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. How much do you want to put down?
I don't know, so 10? 10 gold?
Yeah, no, I'll do
I'll
10.
take
I'll
Oscar.
do 10 on the whip. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna sit back, drink my beer.
You would say, do you want me to play defensive or aggressive? Because he's like, this is a training session in his eyes.
Whatever you choose, Mr. Whimper. And he'll hold his quarterstaff.
That's okay. I am holding an action the moment he gets into range. He's swinging. Blunt end, he is not looking to slice him.
Okay, gotcha. You're ready in
You're-
action. You see that whimper just
You're
wait.
first.
Yeah, because I'm first.
That's what it is.
All right,
Yeah,
that's your,
That's the ready in the
that's your
action.
action.
Yep.
All right, Oscar will lumber on towards him and two-handed attack with his quarterstaff, which is 21 to hit.
Damn.
Yeah, 100% hits. And I'm just rolling
Four.
damage. I got an 8, which is plus 6. Is fucking
I'm letting you all narrate this however you wish.
All right, so Oscar lifts up and catches you under the chin, but not hard because you're ready for it. So 4 bludgeoning damage. And then what do you hit him with?
It's a 16 to hit. Does that hit?
Yeah, his AC is 11 without armor. What's yours? Yours is 11 as well, right?
If you're at 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
And this
that
is
hits.
the blunt end you're using, right?
Yes.
So it's a D4 bludgeoning damage. Just the D4.
Yeah, sorry. That was my bad.
Plus whatever your strength is.
7 damage.
All right, 7 damage.
As soon as Wimp hits, I'm gonna like stand up and be like, "Yeah, beat the shit out of him." Sorry, Oscar.
Damn.
Essentially, yeah, like when he gets hit with the chin, he is gonna step back and side sweep and smack you against the thigh. Pretty fucking hard.
Okay. So,
It's also your turn, Wimp,
Oh, yeah,
as well,
because
because that was your
Yeah.
reaction. Yeah. Now you have your full action, like your full turn again.
Sorry, I closed out my fucking D20. Yeah, he's gonna swing again. Actually, he's gonna try to push him back. How would I swing for that?
That's a
Oh,
shove
athletics.
action.
It's
Yeah, I
stupid for me.
believe that is because I think
Contested
you can
strength?
make.
Hold on. What's
Yeah, it's
the-
athletics
You make a strength athletics check contested by the target's strength check.
or acrobatics.
Dexterity.
What's to sweep a leg? Like to get him prone?
That would be more of a maneuver because there's a fighter subclass where you can start doing that. That's something that's like
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah.
one of those like class things that starts to a little bit encroach onto that just a little bit. You
No
could
worries.
grapple him, but there's a whole subclass about that. You know,
Yeah, no worries at all.
you could shove back with athletics versus athletics or
Yeah,
acrobatics.
let's do that.
All right, Oscar, roll athletics or acrobatics.
Or strength for all right, yeah.
17. This will push him 5 feet back if it succeeds.
19.
Nice. Didn't succeed.
It's actually as you've hit him on the leg, so he's stumbling, and it's like a lucky stumble, and he sort of hops. But as he hops, that's when you do the leg sweep. So because you're low after that, and that's your move, right?
Yep.
So as you're low, he'll both hands on the quarterstaff and just bring it down on your shoulder with a 21 to hit.
Bits.
2 damage.
Tonks him on the head. He's like, ah, fuck.
Language, Mr. Whimper.
Honest to God, that would actually, like, the tonk would, like, make him look up, and he will probably move to hit that same fucking thigh. Like, he's trying to hit that exact same spot. Oh, there we go. It's 14 to hit. 8 damage. Oh my god, 8 damage.
Oh,
Oh, because I
what's
fucking...
your plus?
It's literally like
You're
it's
doing the blunt end, right?
Yeah.
It's a D4, so it shouldn't be able to do that, right? Because you don't add your strength to it, do you?
Yeah.
You should be able to, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought you couldn't with that, but yeah, I didn't know. Nice.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So Oscar's leg collapses and he's down and he sort of holds it and he looks at Wimp and smiles, like gives you an encouraging grin, and then goes like that with the quarterstaff, but moves his fingers and goes like that and goes invisible, and he moves around the back of you and you don't know where it is, and whilst he's invisible he belts you in the back, like right across your shoulders.
You know what? Just roll damage, because I'm gonna say that Wimp was like, what the fuck? Like, he's like, I knew he can do this, but shit. Yeah, so just roll damage. I'll take the hit.
7 damage.
I love it.
Woo!
How are
And
you
he's-
both looking at the moment?
I've got 24 out of 39.
I got 25 out of fucking 38.
Nice!
Barely doing damage, yeah.
It's only cheers, spills a little bit of her beer.
Yeah.
Yeah, once he gets knocked in the back, he is gonna grab double-handed and swing for your gut.
Oh!
This
So
is going to
he's still
escalate
invisible.
into... Yeah.
He's still invisible until the start of my next go, but
Yeah,
you could see like
It's at
it's
disadvantage.
a dusty arena,
yeah.
so you might see footprints and stuff like backing up a little bit.
It's a disadvantage if he's invisible.
12 to hit.
Yep.
Hits.
7 damage.
You just reach out, trying to track the footsteps.
So as he comes visible, it's actually at the end, and his arm's out, and you're like, "What's his arm doing out?" And he's thrown the boomerang at you.
Stop! I love it.
I'm wrong.
Which is a 12 to hit.
If you're
Yeah.
in melee combat, it's disadvantage, I believe, because it's a ranged attack. If you're in melee.
Okay.
You step back?
Yeah, I stepped quite far back, invisible.
Oh, okay. Oh, and so no attack of
And
opportunity,
it's
right?
still within that 10 feet, which was
Yeah,
what
it's
I
my
went.
actual.
Gotcha. I thought Wimp had gone back up and hit
It's
you after
it's
that.
fuck all, it's a D4 plus 1. So
But you went invisible, stepped back, and then Wimp came up, right? And then smacked you
No,
while you were
essentially,
invisible.
Mine was like he was swinging around like.
Oh,
thought
was
he
that the
moved
attack of
back
opportunity?
first. Yes. No.
Oh,
It was
no, but narratively it was that
Gotcha.
I was invisible. Yeah, we're doing
Yeah,
a
Gotcha.
bit of a
I'll just say.
narrative
No, I
fight,
see
but
what
the
you're saying.
rules-
I'm just gonna.
I'm just
say
losing track on. I'm just losing track on where it is, basically.
You're good.
Right,
I will
gotcha,
say
gotcha.
that I did
That was-
the attack of opportunity.
Yeah,
I hit
that was my
Gotcha,
go.
gotcha.
So the boomerang plonks you and it hits you right in the sternum, but it's actually
Mhm.
quite like it's that hard bit of your chest. So you're like you impact more than you think you should, and then you're like, oh, that didn't actually hurt. So actually, it's only 5 points of damage.
Yeah, it's like he's about to.
You're like, ah!
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah.
How are you both looking?
17.
20. Honestly, he'll
close.
he'll look at Oscar and he's like, "You want to continue this?" And he would like wind up for another fucking swing.
He'll do,
Oscar's
he'll,
landing
do
his
a,
attack.
he'll do a bit of a Morpheus. Come on.
Come here, bitch. Cool. 8. Fuck! That hits really hard.
Yeah.
What was it?
God
It's
damn.
17
8 damage
hit,
again.
8 damage.
8. So, if you were paying attention, what's your passive perception, Dylan and Silny?
Fuck.
15.
15.
So this is 11.
I'm a 10. Like,
So
you know.
Dylan
What is
might-
passive perception? 10 plus?
Yours is 16. Yeah.
16.
Dylan might notice that hit. Oscar sort of leaned into it to take it. He's down to 9, and he's like he caught it here in the jaw, and so he's got sort of blood coming out of his mouth. And he wipes it, and the claws from Primal Savagery pop out a little bit, and he shakes his head, and they go back in, and Eddie grabs the quarterstaff and has another swing. Which is a 19 to hit.
Oh yeah, he
Damn.
hit.
You don't even have a huge modifier, but getting those high rolls.
Oh my
And as
God,
he's-
yeah.
As he's swinging both-handed, which is a more powerful swing, he actually takes his left hand off and just hits you one-handed at the end, but very sneakily. Like whether you choose to notice it is yours. And that was. What happened there? Why did it give me?
So one-handed and then two-handed. If you were two-handed, it would be 7. If it was one-handed, it's 4.
So it's 4.
Yeah.
Cool. He's gonna like step back. He's like, "Are you yielding?"
Whoa. And he'll take a step towards you.
Oscar's out for blood. He killed a guy. He's ready. He's ready to
I would
go
say,
again.
yeah. Like honestly, seeing the claws, Wimp's like, "I don't want to hurt you." Like,
He shook his head and they popped back.
oh
in.
yeah, no. But like,
Oh,
just seeing
you
him
don't want
out,
him to
he's
hulk
like-
up.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point,
He's-
he's like, "Okay," and he is gonna swing for Lex. He's like, "I'm gonna try to knock his ass down because if he comes at me with that primal savagery, I'm gonna be pissed."
Where are these high rolls when
Fuck.
you're fighting enemies?
Fucking
Where,
right.
where are these high
Right?
rolls?
God damn it! I can't hit a frog worth shit, but Oscar, I got this.
Damn.
So again, Oscar sees the attack coming in and steps into it a little bit and takes it, and it buckles his leg again. just for a split second, because he's got better control and he's breathing deeply, but you see the claws sort of start to ease out and his teeth start to get a little longer and he shakes and they go back in. And he nods at you approvingly and puts his stuff on the floor and sort of props himself up and then holds it and baseball swings at you.
Hell yes!
Slugger.
With a natural 20.
Yes!
Oh,
And it's two-handed.
Kick my ass.
So it's
Let's
two
see
hits,
it.
right? Or
Yeah.
is it two hits
Two
or is
roll
it double
dice.
damage?
Yeah, 2 dice.
Yeah, but narratively, is it two hits or is it two?
Oh,
Is it just
no, it's just
a
an
bigger one?
It's just a
incredibly
heavy hit.
Mm-hmm.
It's 11.
what is 5? It's 4. Do you add the modifier on both of those?
You had the modifier once, I believe.
It's a
So
it
that was
would
10.
it would be added for a standard hit. Oh right, because it's
It's already added in there, right? Yeah, I think it's right.
So both of those are added in,
Yeah.
but
I don't
only
think
one
you
time,
add it
so
twice. Yeah, so it would be whatever your modifier is. It'd be 11 minus 3. So yeah, it'd be
minus
8.
1.
Minus 1. Is his strength only 1? His
Yep.
strength is
Yeah.
a 3, is it not? Oh,
my strength.
the proficiency. Gotcha. Yeah. So it'd be 10.
So again, he just loosens his hand at the last minute, and it ends up being one-handed, but he's trying to disguise it. So you take 10.
Yeah, that hits his rocker. Like, he kind of stumbles at that fucking baseball bat. And, like, there would be a low, like... I don't know if y'all have ever heard, like, a lynx or a fucking cougar growl. Because, like, they can't actually growl correctly because they can purr. So, like, it would be that, like, low murr from, like, deep in his chest. Of, yeah, definitely, that fucking hurt. He'd be like, last chance to yield.
He's already running at you.
Motherfucker. Yeah, nah, he is, Wimp is swinging for, honestly, your fucking arm. He's like, I want that fucking staff out of your hand. The fuck?
Damn.
These high rolls, man. These gotta use that energy towards when you all are dying.
Dying! Yeah, god
Damn.
it.
So as you're swinging, Oscar sees it coming through his arm, and he ducks a bit so that it catches him in the side of the head deliberately, and he's out.
This is when
No!
Trey's like, I go lethal.
Right, just fucking...
And as he falls, he's looking at you because you've just clobbered him in the side of the head, even though you're aiming for the arm. And he smiles at you as he's falling down, and then he's like,
Yeah.
"How much have you got left?"
People.
7.
There's an
Hey.
immediate cure, essentially, for the wimp. Wimp. Immediately, like, it's almost what a name, but people are chanting it at the moment. And the caller gets in there and immediately starts getting in and starts splashing water and helping out Oscar,
He would as well. Like, the
pulling you off.
dropping the fucking halberd, helping fucking Oscar up, trying to help, yeah.
The announcer says, Good fight. Y'all should come back another time. Good. Keep it up." As seeing that this fight between two strangers actually was good for the remainder of the crowd that is here. And
I'll hand
with this-
Dylan 10 gold.
Yeah.
Thank
You, Wimp, you will make 5 gold. From the people in here that had bet on you. Immediately you see people going for a break. A lot of people will start to leave as some people start coming out with a mop to start cleaning up the blood from the day as they're seemingly taking a break until nighttime to come back. This was like the afternoon brawl, and to basically close down shop until the nighttime.
He would, as, like, he's crouching down, like, helping Oscar up, he would say, I wonder how bad I would be if you actually let those claws go.
Don't know what you're talking about. Would you like a drink, Mr. Wimper?
Yeah, let's go get a drink. He would grin.
He's like hanging off of you. You're like dragging him to the bar.
You'll head up, gather some drinks while the place is slowly slowing down.
When you guys come up, just Silney's grinning. And she goes up and she gives Oscar a hug and then like a pat to Whimper because she doesn't know like that boundary yet.
Mm-hmm.
You guys did great down there.
He said he went in easy on me. Not knowing about the one-handed thing, he fully thinks it's just a class. He's like, he went easy on me.
Would say that, Mr. Whimper, and he'll cheers you and drink it. Thank you for that. I feel better.
You are an exceptional warrior. The fact that you can swing like that, as well as have magic on the side, force to be reckoned with.
It's nice to know that I can be somewhat effective without tricks and things.
If only we get those rolls, right?
Rolls are nasty. After
I don't
a
think
bit
that...
of time.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I don't think that whole time we missed one. I think we got hit
None of
every
us missed.
single time.
I even hit you with
Hey.
the fucking boomerang.
I just want to say at the beginning of the session, Dylan said I give luck to Oscar and
Oh
Wimp
my
specifically.
God,
There you go.
it's
I
so
mean-
true. So
It manifested.
good.
Fonder be with you. You all spend the next like 20 minutes here gathering your drinks. For narrative reasons, we'll say a short rest can be taken, even though it's a little less time. You get a short rest, not a long one, as the place eventually closes and you all are escorted out through the back building, through the rooftop that you climb down some back, basically fire escape style stairs on the back of this museum. You all head out, and just to know where you all are going for next session, where are you all headed? Just so we know a point to head back on.
Oh wait, is this the end of the session?
I think it's time. Yep, 8
Oh
o'clock.
my god.
Yeah.
I think that are we gonna, what time is it roughly? Sorry, I know you just said it, I was short resting.
8 Eastern time.
Right, no.
Uh,
What
in
time is it
game.
in the- I'm so sorry, in the game.
Oh, gotcha. I'm like, yeah, I gotcha. In time, in game, it is probably at this point of going along 4 p.m. of going to places, talking. Probably 5 p.m. honestly, because you've traveled a bit and had moments. Probably about 5 p.m.
You would look at the group and say, do we want to go back to the tavern and we do the sanatorium tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Cathedral, if we're doing it tomorrow as well.
You also have first thing in the morning if you take it. The Spectre Defiance Residuum run first thing in the morning.
Yes.
If you take it. That's like a time thing, because if you don't do it, it will pass.
I find
Would-
that I'm in need of a rest, Mr. Whimper. And as he says it, he'll cast Healing Word on Wimp.
Yeah, no, we need to go and take a rest at least and prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah, to the tavern.
So you're spending the rest of the evening at the Merry Tap, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then taking a long rest, and then picking up in the morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You'll head back to the Merry Tap, head back to your room, squeeze in, chill for the rest of the evening. Nightfall will come as the rain picks up, although it's soothing. And as you begin to think about the little leads you have in the city and hoping that the job goes well, hoping that you can get some information and it goes well, and also hoping that other information can be found at the sanatorium.
Hell yeah.
That's where we'll end.
Fuck yes.
Well done, team.
Nice. Did y'all have fun? I know the session was slow,
Yeah.
but it was
No, it was
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, man. It was brilliant. By the way, I'd have fucked you up with Primal Savagery.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I
you would have.
was about to say,
It's +7 to hit.
I was just about to say, that's the thing is the moment that we started not swinging my fucking halberd, I'm like, if we went full on, this fight would be much fucking scarier.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was really even though, wasn't it? Like when we're both using the same sort of
Yeah.
thing, really even all the way down.
Yeah.
We need to, when we hit level 5, I want to have our small little battle royale where you all are out for blood
Yes.
in an arena. Because we got a little glimpse of that. I want to see how that goes.
if we did that as well, I would love to see a battle royale versus our other party. Just as
Right.
a random, if we had a
Holy shit.
that'd be crazy, right? Because I reckon that
Yeah.
it's so hard to pick, but I reckon the other guys would take them. That's my instinct at the moment.
My biggest thing is just Darash's key. Like, I remember what I could
Yeah.
do with Darash.
Yeah, there's
Well,
so
and
much
that's
that you
it.
could just blast.
Darash is the
Oh.
That's
important
so
one.
scary. What do you all think, thoughts and theories and whatnot on Brexon? We've scratched the surface and have begun to realize the things that some leads. You all found the Spectre's Defiance and found out that
That
Sylvie
was
is
awesome.
part of them.
Oh, yes.
The Street Fighter character.
Lots of discussions to have about that.
Totally. Yeah.
I'm very interested. I don't think Oscar is terribly, but I'm really interested in Siri as well.
Yeah.
And also,
Some family
I
insight.
want to know what the bucket was going to say before Oscar was rude.
Yeah, so good. I love the bickering between them. Yeah, we
Give
got some
information
family
about-
insight.
Chamber or whatever that is. The is it the chamber?
The cabinet? Is that what you mean?
Cabinet. Thank you. Yeah.
The cabinet. Yeah, they because the city, you all know from learning about this. Yeah, it's the because each city has at least one ruler who reports to the council of the republic in Tavalis. But beyond that, they can kind of decide how their city is kind of run. Laws are mostly the same, but they kind of figure that out. And this has the casting cabinet, which is made of separate houses who advise Credence Astaroth. And House Far Sorrow is one of them. We got to meet some family members. We've learned about some upcomings, a possible banquet. We've got some sanatorium to do. You all have the job for the Defiance. You still have, I know you all mentioned Fanatics. You want to go talk to find Raven about the Wyvern. You've got Miriam's
There's
in
a
town.
carnival.
Yep, there's
Yeah.
a carnival. The Psalm Mariner. You've got Miriam in town. I'm just trying to think of all the things all the little leads you all have. You got a lot. You got a lot to do.
Yeah, there's a lot in here.
We hit a lot of NPCs and greetings, and got to dip into the Spectre's Defiance as well. I'm excited for next time
So
because I think we're